The House will come to order. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Leon Ristiano, Stella Margaret Goodman, William Beery from Catholic Home School, guest of Representative Hartsook, House District 44.
Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representatives Bacon, Barone, Basenecker, Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brooks, Brown, Representative Brown,
Excused.
Caldwell, Camacho, Carter, Representative Carter,
Excused.
Clifford, Rep. Clifford,
Excused.
DeGraff, Representative DeGraff,
Excused.
Duran, English, Rep. English,
Excused.
Espinoza, Foray, Flanell, Froelich, Garcia, Garcia Sander, Gilchrist, Goldstein, Gonzalez, Hamrick, Representative Hamrick, Hartsook, Jackson, Johnson, Joseph, Kelty, Leader, Lindsay, on the wall, Luck, Lukens, Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Morrow, McCormick, Wynn, Pascal, Phillips, Richardson, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Rutinell, Representative Rutinell,
Excused.
Ryden, Sirota, Slaw, Smith,
Here.
Soper, Representative Soper,
Excused.
Stewart K, Stewart R, Representative Stewart R,
Excused.
Story, Sukla, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A is excused. Velasco, Weinberg, Wilford, Winter, AML Winter,
Excused.
Woodrow, Woog, Zokai, Representative Zokai,
Excused.
and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 58 present, 7 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Sukla.
Good morning, Madam Speaker.
Good morning.
I move the Journal of Tuesday, February 10th, 2026 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. And I'm asking for a no vote because every time I ask for a no vote, you vote yes, and every time I ask for a yes vote, you vote no. So please vote no.
Members, you have heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The motion is adopted. Members, we are moving into business. I'll invite you to take your seats. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Members, your attention, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. I move that the following bills be made special orders on February 11th, 2026 at 9:15 a.m. I have a long list, so please pay attention. House Bill 1150, House Bill 1151, House Bill 1152, House Bill 1153, House Bill 1154, House Bill 1155, House Bill 1156, House Bill 1157, House Bill 1158, House Bill 1159, House Bill 1160, House Bill 1161, House Bill 1162, House Bill 1163, House Bill 1164, House Bill 1165, House Bill 1166, House Bill 1167, House Bill 1168, House Bill 1169, House Bill 1170, House Bill 1171, House Bill 1172, House Bill 1173, House Bill 1174, House Bill 1175, House Bill 1176, House Bill 1177, House Bill 1178, and House Bill 1179.
Seeing no objection, the bills listed by the Majority Leader will be made special orders on February 11th at 9:15 a.m. Representative Lukens. Members, you have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, Representative Lukens will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen on iLegislate and in today's folders. In your box account, bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader, and the court rule is relaxed. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1150.
House Bill 1150 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning supplemental appropriation to the Department of Agriculture.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1150.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Agriculture. It includes a few changes that I will refer to throughout the day that are impacts driven by other agencies. Those are changes to the Health, Life, and Dental line, OIT real-time billing, and DPA annual fleet supplemental. So those
Rep.
will be
Sirota,
present-
I'm going to interrupt you. Members, we are starting. If we can all be quieter, please. Thank you so much. Waiting for it to be quieter. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in addition to those three impacts driven by other agencies, there is one item of note in this supplemental, which is a pilot program to test the feasibility and potential effectiveness of a biocontrol strategy to address the increased mountain pine beetle infestation across Colorado's ponderosa pine forests. We have an incredible biocontrol program within the insectary, and they will be developing work on the dubious checkered beetle to address the mountain pine beetle infestation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just thought I'd register my my opposition to a lot of these just off the bat. And I think what I'm going to be doing today is just voting no on anything that's spending, because we obviously don't have these programs prioritized. Anything that was if it was a priority of ours, we would have prioritized it a long time ago. These are just, I agree, it is getting loud in here.
Rep. DeGraff, I'm going to interrupt. Members, please be quiet so we can hear what the conversation is on the floor. Rep. DeGraff.
So take it off the floor. So, just so you don't think I'm just some curmudgeon pushing the red button. The reason I'll be pushing the red button a lot today is not because I'm in opposition to these programs, but because we have not prioritized these programs. We've prioritized a lot of things like a high-speed train to nowhere. We've prioritized a lot of things like free busing for a month so everybody can enjoy the mobile mugging centers for a month for no cost, and we've just squandered the citizens' money. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to vote no, whether these are priorities or not. I am going to retain anything that's a cut. Of course, I'm going to have to vote for yes, but that's not usually how things work around here. So it'll be a lot of no's, so I just want everybody to understand why I'm voting no. It's not necessarily in opposition to your program or the importance of it. It's just making note that this body has not prioritized that and has squandered hundreds and millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, on other things that we say that are sacred cows. That are sacred cows, like all of the green energy programs, sacred cows. All of the feticide programs, sacred cows. Those are all being drained out of the citizens' pockets, and so I'm not going to be able to just vote to add on to those when we're doing that. So I'll be a no on this.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1150. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1150 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1151.
House Bill 1151 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Corrections.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1151.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are a number of adjustments being made in the supplemental for the Department of Corrections. The largest changes I would point you to are $12.5 million general fund increase to medical caseload and a $10 million increase to medical and mental health contracts for services provided outside of the department. There is also an increase in payments to local jails, which was approved during the interim, and an increase to prison caseload, as well as private prison utilization, and some increases for food services. There has been a lot of discussion and debate on this supplemental and the challenges that the state faces with the increased prison population projections that we are now seeing and the amount of money that the state is putting toward corrections. And this is a department that is not matched by federal funds. These are 100% general funds that we have to put into to these services. But I will just say that though we initially denied this supplemental, we are now bringing it forward because these are costs that we have to pay. If people are assigned to the Department of Corrections, it is the state's obligation to house them, and I would hope ultimately provide services, rehabilitative services, to ensure that people are not recidivating once they are able to exit corrections. I know that it is not the increase that people want to see in this budget, and I am heartened by the discussions, the conversations that are happening now between now and I hope the long bill when we have to consider this budget once again to ensure that we are addressing a holistic approach to the different policy levers that we can pull so that we are doing more than just increasing beds or opening new prisons in the state. I ask for your aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before, Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I just want to talk for a minute about a misunderstanding and misconceptions that are out there about this increase. The Department of Corrections does not have control of the parole board, nor does the Department of Corrections have control over community corrections. Community corrections is within the Department of Criminal Justice or the Division of Criminal Justice within public safety. And I know there's a concern that releases have been problematic, both from the standpoint of perhaps some people released that shouldn't have been released, and perhaps about 600 less than last year to community corrections. I just want you to know, as a JBC, we are pressing very hard that those three parties work more collaboratively as we get closer to the long bill. But please don't hold the Department of Corrections responsible alone for two areas that do not report to them. Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. What I want to bring to light when we're addressing this particular amendment is I want us to remember the history in this chamber and the history of how we fund DOC. We continuously say yes to the requests from DOC to add more and more and more and more and more beds, while we don't actually invest in the services that would keep people out of even needing these beds. I understand that there is a sense of urgency. I understand that there's a sense of urgency and the need of not putting the pressures of DOC and people who are held in DOC on our local jails. But quite frankly, my friends, I am happy to keep the pressure on our local jails to force DOC to do better and to force us as a legislature to invest in the programs that are necessary to keep people out of jail and out of prison. If we have to rely on a backstop, which are our local county jails, then that is what we do instead of continuing to give DOC more and more and more beds, because I promise you next year it's going to be the exact same thing. I will be voting no on this supplemental, and I hope that as many of you will do the same. I'm sure it'll pass, but at least we need to send a message that what DOC does, the way that they operate, the way that we as a legislature continues to enable that operation is immoral. Thank you.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow that, if we are to be putting pressure on DOC, I think in the future, probably not the right time today, but we need to up the reimbursement rate to actually cover the cost of keeping a state inmate in a local jail. Right now, that reimbursement is about half of what the cost is. So DOC is actually getting a break by keeping folks in our local prison or our local jails rather than bring them into the prisons. So Not directly on point to this, but keep it in mind for future. Thank you.
Rep. DeGraff.
I was just thinking maybe we could start a program called Stop Breaking Laws, and then we could not need so many people going to prison. We could like have this whole thing in the judiciary where less people go through less people get arrested, less people go into court, less people go into the prisons. Just stop breaking laws. Let's just make breaking laws illegal, kind of like guns, or so I think that would just solve all our. I think that would solve all our problems. Make crime illegal or something like that, and maybe that would just fix everything.
AML Bacon.
Thank you for that. I always love it when I follow my colleague from El Paso County. And so we do have data and stats that say for those things that are illegal, those numbers are coming down, but that's not the issue. Let me just be clear. I think it's really important that we hear a few things, and the reason why you're going to see many judiciary members up here is because we are the committee of record for this agency, and we see their data. And so thank you to my colleague, excuse me, from, I don't even know I was gonna say Grand Junction, I'm sorry, for talking about parole. But the truth of the matter is, Department of Corrections is responsible for pulling together parole eligibility. Then you have an independent body, the parole board, that is appointed by the governor that is supposed to parole people. Then we have a place where parolees may go called community corrections. And so amongst those three entities in judiciary, we have been asking for consistency of numbers. What is the expectations? Because our prison population is aging, which means when you're over 50, 55, you need medical attention, which costs keep going up. And we do have people at that end who should be around their parole eligibility dates as prescribed in their sentencing. And so what we are saying is, when I need to refer to people over 50 as geriatrics. A millennial called me a Gen Zer called me a geriatric the other day, and I almost had a fit. Anyway, so the point is, okay, sorry, Madam Chair, right? The point is, a critical mass of our prison population is entering the geriatric phase, and that's where parole lives. And so we need, at some point, these three entities to coordinate, because having sat on this committee, the numbers don't match. We will see later today another supplemental to increase money to community corrections when there's over 100 beds open. So believe it or not, this is actually to me about efficiency. We should not be paying 3 times for the same thing. Amen? Okay, all right. That's a step in the right direction. So that's why we're bringing this up. The last thing I'll say is, in the conversation about the supplementals, and thank you to JBC because they've had a few votes on this, they've had a few comebacks. We even heard from the corrections officers at WINS who were like, stop approving beds if we cannot get the proper staffing. So our issue is not, we will support the health care. We will support reimbursement. We will support staffing. But the beds number is not consistent. And it is our job. The one duty that we have is the power of the purse. And we should ask for better tracking and more efficiencies across these agencies instead of assuming that crime is going up, because that is not what's happening. What's happening is we are retaining people that cost us anywhere from $56,000 to $200,000 a year, where it could be spent, money could be spent more efficiently. So thank you for the opportunity.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you. I do agree that crime is coming down just like rent is coming down, and that has all something to do with this past January, which is less Biden, more MAGA. I think ultimately what I heard is that we need to start doing a kind of a deep dive into these programs. Am I being, oh, I thought it was being Garcia. We need to start doing a deep dive into these programs, and we need to stop we need to maybe stop what we're doing here, spending money at a frantic pace, and let's do like some zero-based budgeting, and where we can actually dig into these programs and we can get some audits done of these programs instead of just this superficial type stuff. Either throw money at it, throw money at the wrong thing. So yeah, we have some serious budgetary issues. We have some serious spending issues. We have some systemically poor accounting issues, and we need to get to the bottom of those before we just start throwing money at things. So I do appreciate you bringing up that less Biden, more MAGA has been successful, and that we need to dig in to these programs probably on a zero-based level so that we can get to the root of the problem instead of just glossing them over.
AML Bacon.
I didn't know we were allowed to talk about particular presidents, but having been here through a few of them and having this person be consistent, I just want to say thank you so much for recognizing that on the well, and we will take our act to the side. Thank you so much.
Rep. Zokai.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo what we heard from the Assistant Majority Leader, that you're going to see a lot of judiciary members down here because we have been hearing from DOC for me about, year and a half now, and we have seen mismanagement, we have called it out, and we have not seen it be addressed. The truth is, we are in a situation where I can understand it feels like our hands are tied. But we also need to take a step back and understand why we are in that position. Why are we in a position where we are looking at nearly $29 million to DOC when we are cutting from early childhood, from healthcare, when we have members coming before appropriations talking about their kids not being able to get care for autism because of cuts that we are making, and yet we are looking at $29 million that could have been avoided, that we have been begging DOC to manage better so that we will not keep being in this position. And yet here we are again. These are policy choices that have put us here. Crime is down, but we have people being sent back to prison for technical parole violations. We are spending millions of dollars because somebody missed a meeting. We are here because fewer people are being accepted into community corrections. And for those who are accepted, there are delays with DOC processing paperwork. We have nearly 5,000 inmates who have reached their parole eligibility date and yet cannot complete their required coursework because we have their teachers working security. Nearly 500 of those have completed everything, and yet there are just delays that were not able to be explained to me in SMART Act. I want to read a few letters I've received. One from San Carlos Correctional Facility. Currently, as it stands with staff shortages in San Carlos Correctional Facility, we find ourselves in some serious situations. Offenders who reside in the facility find themselves unable to fully follow in the program they are here for, due to lack of officers and mental health staff who are needed to run the facility and its programs properly. From Colorado Territorial Correctional Facility. During my time here, I have been involved in many different types of programming. I am very near graduating college. Over the past few years, our ability to access our program times to complete assignments and other projects has been difficult. This is due to academics being closed often, since many of the teachers there are posted as security personnel. From La Vista Correctional Facility. I would like to start by saying that I have seen many changes in DOC over the years, and right now it seems to be the worst than it has ever been as far as staffing problems are concerned. We have educators and case management posing in units and outside on grounds. It goes on and on. This situation is avoidable. And I fear that if we keep throwing money at it as the solution, that we won't actually address the underlying problems. I will be voting no. I think it is important for this body to send a message that we are demanding DOC take this seriously and make the changes to managing their prison population so that we are not in this situation year after year.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I wasn't going to speak, but after I heard some of the comments that were made, I was compelled to come up here. Not only am I on judiciary, and I heard the testimonies that came before us, I actually went to visit the prisons in Colorado, and I can tell you, the DOC, the people who are at the prisons, who run the prisons, take it very, very seriously. The fact that Colorado is the third most dangerous state in the entire United States. Third most dangerous state. And then you want to cut beds? You want to put criminals back out on the street? Well, are we aiming for the first most dangerous state in the United States? Because I would rather we not do that. Adding money towards putting beds equals a safer community. I'm not sure what you feel that the cost should be for your safety, but adding 700 beds so we can keep our people safe in Colorado is one of my top priorities, and it's a top priority of the people in my district. Crime has escalated in Colorado Springs. Allowing us to get criminals off the street should be our #1 priority. More beds equals a safer community. Unfortunately, we have to pay for it. But what doesn't help is when you say, well, we're not going to put more beds in there, but we're gonna take away co-pays, the $3 and the $5 co-pays to limit or to keep criminals or prisoners from abusing the medical system. The same medical system that you're complaining about that's costing so much. Well, if you allow them to abuse it, they're going to. We need to be smart when we start talking about the money in Colorado. We need to be smart where we're actually spending it. Cutting it from the DOC, cutting it from the safety of the public is not one of them. There's many other places that we can cut. But take away the safety of our citizens, that's not one of them. Thank you.
Rep. Mabry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, another year I am opposed to the DOC supplemental, and a surprise to absolutely no one. I first want to acknowledge the work of our JBC members on this. I understand that we're put in a tough position because of a confluence of a lot of different problems. And so before I get into my remarks, I have to acknowledge that. And then I also think that the work that was done on the initial rejection of the bed request has done a lot to make progress on conversations that need to be had for these long-term fixes. Again, there are a lot of big problems here, but without a course correction, the legislature risks committing the state to a far larger and more expensive prison expansion and ongoing costs for years to come. Crime is going down. It just is. In every hearing that we've had, I've sat in on JBC hearings before this session started where we got reports from the Department of Public Safety and the Department of Corrections. In the SMART Act hearing, we talked about this ad nauseum. I visit with the police department in my district. Crime is going down in Colorado, and that's great. But why would the prison population be growing? Well, it's important for us to understand that new prison sentences are not the driver here. According to nonpartisan JBC staff, fewer discretionary parole releases are the primary reason for the largest projected increase in the male prison population in more than a decade. And that nonpartisan staff came to the JBC and talked in detail about risk factors and about How many people are long past their parole eligibility date? Looking at data across multiple states to show that we have options that would reduce the prison population growth, ease pressure on staff, promote public safety through successful reentry. Thousands of people are already past their parole eligibility date. Hundreds have been approved for release, but for lack of housing. Continuing to add beds instead of fixing reentry bottlenecks and is costly and unnecessarily irresponsible for our state. So as this issue moves forward, I think it's important for us to keep in mind that we already have passed legislation to proactively manage the prison population. There's new legislation that continues to work on that issue. We should increase funding to expand reentry pathways. We can do so while maintaining public safety and in a way that is a lot cheaper than just building new prisons and investing more money in locking people up for longer. I also just want to recognize the staffing issues here. Colorado right now has a really low unemployment rate. It is hard for a lot of industries to recruit. And a representative of the Colorado Winds, the Public Works Union, reminded us that DOC does not have a staff or rehabilitative programming to operate the prisons it already runs. Expanding prison beds without relieving pressures already straining the system endangers staff, the incarcerated, and the public. Even if we fund this, it's going to be hard to recruit new employees to work at DOC. And we should keep that in mind, especially when we know there are strategies to safely release more than 700 people who are already past their parole eligibility date. So I'm a no on this, but I do want to recognize the hard position that our JBC staff has put in.
Rep. Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Every year, DOC asks us for more money, and we are not getting a return on our investment. We continue pouring more and more and more and more money in, but we aren't having any improved outcomes. The recidivism rate hasn't gone down. We have programming staff working on the pods, which means that people are not being sufficiently prepared to reenter our communities. I am in support of our staff members who are working in DOC, who are dedicating their lives and working to support them, but I am going to be a no on this bill. While crime is down, we need to invest our money, the money that we have, wisely. It costs $56,000 per person per year in DOC. It costs $105,000 per person per year in YOS. And it costs $177,000 per year per person in DYC. So it's not that we don't have the money, we are not investing our money wisely. Let's look at the cost for education. Roughly $12,000 per year per student. Make it make sense. The math ain't mathin'. Why are we incentivizing more beds instead of incentivizing rehabilitation, prevention, education, community corrections, and getting people out on parole? We are creating an unsustainable environment that is not working for us, and we have not been getting the results that we are looking for a long time. I will be a no on this because funding more beds is not the answer.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to discuss a few points that were made here at this well. So I understand the concern that there is some problems with the funding on DOC. I also understand that there are some inconsistencies with some of the math, and I also want to just point out for the record that this building is not very good at math given the budget deficit that we have. I also want to illustrate the point about crime going down. There are a couple reasons for that. Number one, people stop reporting crime because they just give up given the long wait list and the exasperation of our law enforcement people. When we tie the hands of our law enforcement people, when we make it harder to prosecute crime, when we have policies that come out of this building that are soft on crime policies that protect the criminal and not the victims, that incentivizes crime. And so we are basically getting to a precipice of we have to reverse course. Because while we're arguing about the beds and the funding of DOC, I think we should also be reminded of the fact that the reason why we're in this mess to begin with, when we are one of the most dangerous states in the country, in the union, because of the policies that we push. We must incentivize being tough on crime. We should also focus on crime prevention versus crime intervention. So that's just something to think about. And I understand and appreciate the work that our JBC does. I know they are not making easy decisions because these are very hard decisions this year. So I appreciate the work they do. I will be a yes vote on this supplemental.
Rep. English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see you smiling. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for this? Listen, I'm not about to play with y'all. Hey, Colorado, let me tell y'all why I'm going to be no on this particular supplemental. And I don't know if we live in the same state, but last time I checked, my friends over here, crime has been going down. So y'all keep singing the same song. Y'all need to change the song because crime is going down. But let me just say this. Coming from the Board of Education, I know that it's an issue when it's going to come out of my mouth differently because I know the space, because I served in a space for 4 years on Harrison School District 2 Board of Education, when you have to make decisions for kids to have a successful education and having what they need to be successful, but not having the money to do so is very problematic. And I just can't stand up here and sing the praises of DOC and privatized institutions when we can't even properly fund education. Because again, coming out of my mouth, it sounds different. $56,000 a year per prisoner, and we're not even paying $12,000 a year yet per student. That's an issue. For me, more beds is not the answer. That is not the answer, because who's occupying those beds? 9 times out of 10, and we all know, because data doesn't lie, people of color, particularly African American people, are the ones that's occupying these beds, even if it's for a petty crime. If we need to free up some beds, instead of DOC coming every year asking for money constantly because crime is so high and we need more beds, that's a lie. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I believe data and I believe numbers. And at the end of the day, we have vulnerable people that's in prison that's occupying these beds, and some of them, quite frankly, are on their deathbed. How come we can't send them home to their people to die in peace and with their families? Why are we paying $56,000? I need to find a number to see how many beds we can free up for sending them people home. And I'm not dismissing any crime. I'm not saying I condone crime. If you commit a crime, there needs to be a repercussion. Because as a business owner, if someone came in my business and committed a crime, smash and grab or whatever, there needs to be a consequence. So I'm not saying I'm dismissing it, but we need to make it make sense. And in the state of Colorado right now, it is not making sense. And I'm gonna tell y'all, Colorado, crime is going down. It is. I don't send message to put fear in people. We don't just have criminals running all over the place or
people want to call criminals running all over the place, just doing things. But I do know people make bad decisions and do things that they shouldn't do. So again, just to be clear, I'm not condoning people committing crimes, because that's not okay and that's not the thing to do. But anyway, talking about adding more beds, I will never be able to get with that, whether it's in DOC, whether it's in YOS, wherever it is. We need to figure out long-term sustainable solutions in this space instead of coming back year after year asking for money, but the dollars and what's happening isn't making sense. And I will not stand up here and say we need to get a return on our investment, because giving the DOC is not an investment in my mind. So those are not the words I would choose to use. So when I vote no, I'm voting no, because people that look like me are the ones that's overpopulated in the criminal justice system. And if we are for true criminal justice reform, we will be making decisions to reflect that, instead of making Colorado think that crime is going up and we need more beds, like 700 to be exact. So Colorado, do the math, 700 beds, $56,000 times 700 beds. But yet, people are potentially getting ready to lose their health care. People can't barely afford to feed their families. We don't have enough affordable housing. We have a lot of people dealing with mental health issues. We have places where we can put this money to good use, and adding more beds is not it. I will be voting no. I will continue to vote no. I will continue to look at data. I will continue to ask questions and have conversations, especially for people that look like me, that are over-criminalized in this space, that are murdered with no consequences. Let's have that conversation. But that's a whole nother conversation. That's a whole different conversation. We don't want to hold the right people accountable, but we want to add more beds for some, what I call some foolery, a little petty theft. Somebody was hungry, so they went in Walmart and stole a banana. You see, brother, you see how silly that sounds? You know what I'm saying? Now they in DOC for a year or 2 years, and we done paid $56,000 times 2 because somebody was hungry and went and got them a banana. It may sound funny, but you know, at the end of the day, I'm being real, because we need to do things in this building that make sense. And everything in here we do don't make sense. And I'm done, but it don't make sense to keep dumping money into DOC, adding money for more beds. Because what is it going to be next year? We're going to need 1,000 beds? When will it end? It's like a vicious cycle, a revolving door, because people want to be tough on crime. That is definitely not my slogan. I promise you it's not. I mean, we need to do what we need to do and make things right. But this ain't it, y'all. Thank you.
Rep. Bradley.
Colorado.
My apologies. Rep. Bradley.
What'd you call me?
Oh, I just interrupted Rep. English. Rep. Bradley.
Out of here. Going out of here.
I gotta
Y'all
see
open
what
the
she
door.
about
I'm
to
going to
say.
walk right through it. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues, for opening that door. Can't wait to walk through it. Do we actually believe crime is going down in our state? Do y'all get up in the mirror and rehearse that and then make yourself believe it? Is that what you do? Because I'm going to try. Crime's going down in Colorado. No, it isn't. No, it's not. We are the second highest from auto and property theft. I think first. 8th most violent state. 4th highest in rape, because we don't put child rapists in jail. 70% walk away on probation. 7th highest for trafficking. Just had a great bill that got killed last night for that. Don't tell the people of Colorado crime's going down. Their cars are getting stolen. Their businesses are getting robbed. They don't believe that anymore. They don't believe 9 News is telling them it's lies. It is not going down in Colorado. And let me tell you why. We still rank above the national average in key violent crimes, including property crime, auto theft, and in some areas, violent crime. 8th highest for violent crime. Residents in cities like Denver, Denver, Aurora, Colorado Springs still report feeling unsafe in their communities Many neighborhoods have not seen meaningful improvements. My car was stolen out of my driveway in Douglas County. We are not safe. Stop telling your constituents we're safe. We're not safe. While they might have gone down a little bit, we're still higher than we were in 2019. We're well above historic lows. We remain higher than pre-pandemic levels in many cities. And you know why? Let's talk about why. Let's talk about why, what they don't want you to know. Bail reform, reduced sentences, and early release policies in some jurisdictions have allowed repeated offenders like child rapists to return to communities quickly, like child traffickers. Resource-strapped prosecutors may be focusing on diversion programs instead of full prosecution, leaving some offenders free to commit new crimes. That's why they're saying crime's going down, because you're releasing them all. Surveys show many Coloradans feel less safe today than they did 5 years ago. Are we listening? Are we listening to the community? Are we just blowing smoke up the people of Colorado? Because they're smart and they're figuring it out, and you all have elections in November. And let me tell you what the supplemental says, since many of you aren't reading what the supplemental says. The supplemental says that the medical caseload has increased $12.5 million for medical services. They're not talking about bringing more criminals in. They're talking about providing medicine for the people in the prisons, like Tina Peters, who should have been released, I don't know, a couple years ago. Medical and mental health contracts. This bill, this supplemental, includes $10 million general fund for contract clinical workers filling vacant state positions. So this isn't bringing people back to prison. This is about providing for the prisoners in the prisons. And if we're cutting $3.7 million to transgender health care, I'd say we could probably cut a little bit more. Thanks.
Rep. English.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's rumble. So I'm back because I just, I think of things when I'm standing to the side, and I just, want to say, come on, sis, park it. Well, let's think about DOC in this aspect, because quite frankly, this is one of the roles I operate in on the Black Caucus. And we've had multiple conversations with DOC, and I've had multiple conversations with people that are actually in DOC, and I know I'm not the only one in this space that get letters from people that are in DOC. So DOC is not this great place that's keeping our streets safe because they're overpopulated. Listen, that's probably one of the DOC is probably one of the most unsafest places. They probably be safer on the streets than they are in DC, according to the letters I've been receiving and the treatment that people have been getting. People still need to be treated with, humanity is important. Humanity should be first. People should be treated with dignity and respect, unless due process goes out the window. I think that'll do. But you know what? If we want to talk about crime, let's start from the top. We need to start from the top down and get all the criminals off the streets. Even if it's in Colorado, if it's nationwide, let's start at the top. It's a lot of criminals at the top. I done told y'all this already. That's making decisions for us. Pedophilia is a horrible crime. Lock them up. Lock them up. I'm not co-signing that. I'm not. That is disgusting and it's sick. So, to dismiss something on that level is not okay. It's not. There are different types of levels of criminals. Like the analogy I use about someone going in the store stealing some food, something to eat. Is it wrong? Yeah, it's wrong, because it's considered a crime in the law. But in their mind, they doing what they have to do to, I guess, take the growl off their stomach and, eat or feed their families. So we just don't know what's in the minds of people. So I'm saying when you do commit a crime, yes, there's a consequence
But these consequences that we're bringing forth as a state, they need to change. I ain't trying to free nobody, not even Tina Peters, because if Tina Peters committed a crime, Tina Peters need to be where she at. She do. And Donald J. Trump need to be where he need to be too for committing crimes 34 times.
Rep. English, I
Okay,
don't
I'm
believe-
sorry.
Okay.
I digress. I just had to, put that in the atmosphere. Apples to apples. I'm just trying to make it make sense for the state of Colorado. But I'm done, y'all. I'm still gonna vote no on this supplemental. Beds aren't the answer, and we need to do better in the state of Colorado. We need to have more conversations on how we can fix this situation, because we got more programs that we can be put into than giving money to DOC for beds, and that's that.
Rep. DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As for Tina Peters being in jail for basically what are misdemeanors and circumventing the Secretary of State's rules, which do not trump federal law, we're spending at least $56,000 per year on keeping her in prison, plus all the medical expenses. So y'all think that it's because she created a backup of the election records, which is required by the federal the FISMA standards, as they are treated as confidential, unclassified information. There's a lot of other laws that go into that. So what she did was absolutely keep the federal law. And so the reason that she's in prison is so what they did is they put her in prison for circumventing the rules of the Secretary of State that are in violation of the federal law. So if you want to know who should be in prison, it's not Tina Peters. And now they're having some issues with that she was prosecuted as a felony for something that was technically
Representative
a misdemeanor.
DeGraff, if we can bring it back to House Bill 1151.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. And I do agree that there are different levels of criminals. We do have the common criminals, and then we have the elected version in this room right here. So
Representative DeGraff, again, House Bill 1151.
But we're talking about the criminals that actually go to jail. And now, some of them go to jail, but it's not for just putting a growl in their stomach, because if you talk to a gas station owner, those individuals, they don't even try to stop them anymore. They just, maybe that secret shouldn't be out. They just add 50 cents per gallon to the cost of your gas tank, and they assign that to somebody else. So those individuals that are just walking in and helping themselves to these shelves are just basically stealing money out of their neighbors' pockets. It's not coming out of corporate, it's coming out of their neighbors' pockets. So because they don't even try that anymore. And as for the allegation, I mean, they're in our prison system here in Colorado, there are twice as many people that look like me. So I'm not really sure where we're going with that. And then as for crime being up or down, crime started going up in 2000. The Rocky Mountains were heisted in the 2000s, and then crime started going up as the state became more increasingly blue. Now in 2025, sure enough, crime has started going down. So both can be true at the same time. Crime has gone up as the state has become increasingly blue, and since 2025, as we've repatriated many of the criminals that were on Filbert's JB&B rotation. That's the jail bed and breakfast that the AG was basically running here in Colorado. That crime is coming down. So it's still up, but it's not as up as it was before. So the solution to actually get crime down is more red and less blue. So, do we need more beds? Yes, we probably need more beds. Do we need an accurate accounting system? Do we need some oversight? Yes, absolutely, we do need some oversight. Do we need individuals to stop committing crimes? Yes. Is it our job to take care of them? Well, apparently we have to keep them into place. Our job as the government is to secure those rights, those self-evident creator-endowed rights, and sometimes to do that for the citizens at large, we have to separate the population that cannot not violate the rights of others. So the solution is ultimately to to instill a sense of value of property, of value of life. Those are both issues that are being undermined from this body on a daily basis. And then maybe we won't have so many criminals. But as long as you're undermining the value of life and you're undermining the value of property, and then you're telling individuals that they can just go into the grocery store to take the growl off their tummy, then you're going to increasingly have a criminal culture. And if that's what you want, if a criminal culture is what you want, a criminal culture is what you get by telling kids that they can go into a store and take a little something off the shelf, if that's what they need to do. So that is not this room. So now that still doesn't address the real criminals, that's this room. But what we need to do is we need to create a culture. We need to deal with we need to actually deal with the cause of this crime as opposed to just complaining that we don't like the symptoms. If you create a culture that values crime, you're going to get criminals. And if you get criminals, then you are going to have to separate them from society. Otherwise, you are failing your duty to protect the rights of the individual, which is your job. So if you want to solve this problem, create a culture that doesn't celebrate crime.
Rip Carter.
Thank you. Just a level set. I just want to level set. I want to be clear. Because I know we've been kind of going back and forth, some of it in jest, some of it actually talking about the issues here. DOC, as has been explained, it costs $56,000 to house an inmate in DOC. So if we let 10 out, that would save the state $560,000. We let 100 out, it's saved the state $5.6 million. And if we could find a way to let 1,000 of the inmates out of DOC, we'd have $56 million. The problem, I want to go back to what Rep. English said, the math's not mathing. We know, everybody in this room knows, that DOC and putting an inmate in DOC and not letting him out does not work. Period. The most bipartisan thing in this room is the intention of creating more crimes and putting more people in jail. The second most bipartisan thing in this room is not letting people out of jail. The confusion that I have to tell you about is, I'm one of one. I am one of one. There is one black man in this chamber. Period. I am 4% of the population in the state of Colorado. 4%. Yet I am 17% of the population in the Department of Corrections. You wonder why I get upset when we're having these conversations. This is about my life. This is about the people that I love. This is about the fact that it's more likely that I will go to jail than stand at this podium. You guys can have your jocularity. You guys can pretend like this is not a big deal. You can pretend like the fact that we refuse to let people out of custody that have passed the parole eligibility date. You pretend like the fact we have people who have classes that they need to complete and we don't offer them. You can pretend like that's funny. It's not funny to me. I will not be a yes vote on this.
Rep. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to come up and point out that last year, the year before, and this year, we've already seen bills that add more regulation, more mandates on the Department of Correction from this group, and then we're going to say we don't want to fund those regulations we're pushing through. We do this with all the departments, but we're doing it with Department of Corrections heavily, that we do a lot of bills in this room that put more regulations, put more cost and burden on them, and then say we're not going to fund them. This is just something I want to point out. Yesterday in committee, we heard a bill, and it's putting more things in statute that we're going to require Department of Corrections to do. So why are we saying we're going to pass these things through, but then not offer the funds? I'm trying to figure this out on how we say we want things to be done, but we're not going to fund them, and then get mad at that department when they're not doing up to the standard that we've set in protocol from statute in this body. The second thing I want to just match up is when we're looking at numbers, numbers can mean a lot of things. I have done a ton of ride-alongs with our law enforcement community across our state, 2 of them in Denver Police Department, and these ride-alongs are 12, 14-hour shifts, and I can't tell you, at least 5 or 6 times I got to see it with my own eyes. In the first hour or 2 of that shift, they take someone, they book someone, and then within the 8th, 9th, 10th hour of that shift, they see that same person back on the street doing something else and taking them right back in to custody. So when we're saying that numbers are going down, we also need to look at how many numbers are going out. Because how does that make sense for public safety if we're literally just going to send them back out on the street to go do something else that puts our communities in danger and then take them right back in? So when we're looking at numbers, let's just make sure we're looking at the holistic picture. We're keeping in mind that we need to be able to help with our law enforcement. Corrections is a part of that crew. And when we're putting in regulations in this body and then we want to point a finger at a department because they're not up to state on those standards, we have to fund those things that we're telling them to do, because if they're not doing it because they don't have the funds, that's on us. We can't keep blaming them. So I'm going to be a yes on 1151, and I'd urge us to look at the numbers, look at the statistics with an open mind and a holistic view. Thank you.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You want to bring up, I'm listening to what everyone has to say. These beds that this supplemental wants to put, these additional beds, is absolutely necessary to public safety. The 700 beds will keep the public safer. Crime may have gone down, and actually I did look it up. It has gone down a smidge, and I'm glad that my Democrat colleagues have brought that up, and I'm glad to hear that they're appreciative of the work that our president has done in getting a lot of the criminals, the illegal criminals, out of our state, which has actually contributed to that slight drop. However, crime, we're still number 3 in the nation. Actually, one of my colleagues mentioned number 2. So we're either second or third in the nation for crime. That's still not acceptable, and the beds are still needed regardless. Crime is a huge problem, but I wanted to come here and clear the record because I know everyone is hard on the DOC. I'm hard on the DOC myself. But after visiting the prisons personally and speaking to those who work in the prisons, take it very seriously, and so do I. They take it so seriously that they're almost unable to do their job because they're following all the statutes that are passed through this House onto them, all the rules, all the restrictions and the red tape they have to go through just to keep their jobs working and being able to take care of these criminals who are in the prison system. If we would actually loosen up some of the red tape, let the DOC, let those who are running the prisons do their job the right way instead of putting all these regulations on them, we might actually have an efficiently run DOC prison system. But we can't do that. We're soft on crime, we're soft on criminals, we're soft, except we're hard on them. We need to be harder on, you want to cut down on crime? Get harder on crime. Make prison suck. Make it not a great place to go to. Make it somewhere where someone says, you know what, maybe I shouldn't do that crime. Because if I do that crime, I'll have to do the time. Well, we think they should have to do the time. I would like to see them do the time. And maybe they'll think twice before they do that. How about them apples? I'm a Gen X gal. I was raised in the 70s, 80s. Things were tough. Our parents were tough on us. And I knew if I did something wrong, I was going to be in a lot of trouble. And guess what? It made me think twice. Made me think 3 times about something before I did it. How about we start using the same logic on our criminals? How about we make them not want to commit crime, to get themselves into a place where it's going to absolutely be horrible for them? How about that? You say $56,000 per criminal in jail. Okay. But what is the cost to the public having the criminals, violent criminals, put back out onto the street? What's that cost? I can tell you it's going to be a heck of a lot more than $56,000. When you're talking about people committing crimes all the way up to murder. How much is your loved one worth? How much is your child worth? You tell me. I know mine are priceless. My kids are priceless. I understand there's overcrowding, but that reason is because of the things that we do here, and the things we let them get away with, and they continue to do. We actually took our job seriously. They could take their job to the same serious, well, they take it seriously, but they actually efficiently be able to do it in the prison system and those who run it. Let them do their job. And just so you know, in our prisons, there's 200%, over 200% more people in our prison system who look like me who are in there. So if you want to compare apples to apples, compare them. I don't care. That has nothing to do with why someone should stay in jail. Ask their victims. Ask the people who want safety on the streets. Let's ask them what it's worth to them. If we're going to spend money, let's make sure we spend it where it counts. And public safety should come first. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Slaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a quick comment on some of the comments we've heard about crime going down. 3 times in the last 7 months, I personally have been standing in stores and I have watched and followed individuals as they walk out with over $1,000 worth of merchandise. I was on the phone 2 of those occasions with dispatch trying to get response to that, and that never came. So I question if those ever got reported as crimes. Surely it was a crime for those people to shoplift and steal that merchandise, but I don't think that it ever got reported. So I don't think it ever got counted as a crime. So if we're making it so that crimes that are happening aren't actually making the statistics, does it really speak to crime going down, or does it really just prop up a false feeling and a false statistic of crime going down? That's all.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1151. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. 1151 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title of House Bill 1152.
House Bill 1152 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Early Childhood.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1152.
To the bill. Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This 1152 is a supplemental for the Early Childhood Department. There are a couple of different things that I will note that are in the bill. One is a universal preschool program increase, that $10 million for increasing the preschool programs. Early intervention, we are right-sizing that program, which is a reduction of $7.3 million in general fund. We are prioritizing the Child Care Development Fund, which includes a reduction of $510,000 in federal child care funds. That is the bulk of this particular agency. We continue to want to invest in early childhood programs. They are the most important pieces of one of the most important parts of our educational system, and we ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in the essence of moving along, I'd move Amendment J001 to House Bill 1152 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That is a proper motion. One moment. J1 is properly displayed. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you. Colleagues, be you Gen X, Gen Z, geriatric, or young at heart, I think we're here today to actually look at the budget and getting things in balance with supplementals. And I absolutely appreciate the hard work of the JBC in trying to bring things into balance and recognize where additional funding might be needed, and certainly the importance of early childhood. But I do want to offer today a slight reduction and a footnote, and just to explain how this came about, at least in my mind. The amendment to me is very straightforward, fiscally responsible, and really ought to be non-controversial if our goal is actually to serve families efficiently while protecting taxpayer dollars. We currently operate two major early childhood programs. First is Universal Preschool, which provides roughly 15 hours per week of preschool to every eligible child, regardless of income. And for those that meet some income qualifying or additional needs, they can receive up to 30 hours of coverage for preschool. That's the first. The second is the Colorado Child Care Assistance Program, which is income-based and typically supports working families by covering child care hours that correspond to employment, education, or job training schedules. The program's targeted towards lower-income households and ensuring parents can remain in the workforce. Both good programs, but they need to be coordinated. When a family qualifies for both programs, they can stack funding, meaning that Universal Preschool would cover the preschool portion of the hours of the day, and CCCAP would fill the remaining child care hours. This avoids duplication of funding, maximizes the available child care slots, and helps more families within our existing appropriations. Originally, the department had reported to the JBC that they anticipated about $3 million in savings this year from fund stacking. Then those savings were revised down to a little under $1 million. So this doesn't say that stacking doesn't work, it's just not been fully implemented. The department hasn't fully followed through or kept pace with the expectations. So this amendment does two things. It adds a very clear legislative footnote that we encourage and expect the department to prioritize coordinating these two programs. And it does reflect a $1 million reduction, which is a third of what was originally promised and about where they are now. But it's not a service cut. It doesn't change eligibility. Families that truly qualify remain eligible for assistance from both programs. Universal preschool hours remain intact, and this amendment simply asks for better coordination, better forecasting, and better stewardship of public funds. So no child will lose preschool access, no working parent would lose child care that they're entitled to. We're simply asking with this amendment, this footnote, to operate the programs as they were intended. So as most of us know, during the recent SMART Act hearings, nobody came in with cuts. We work really hard in this building. The JBC works a heck of a lot harder to provide a balanced budget every year, but budget execution is just as important. And if the executive branch is not going to constrain themselves and hold themselves to the budget we present, then we have to take some additional action. This provides that additional action, puts some discipline into the execution side of the budget, and hopefully will save us about $1 million in spending. It's nowhere near what we need to save this year, but it is a start, and I would respectfully ask for a yes.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I would ask for a no vote on this amendment. I appreciate the intent and interest in ensuring that we are most effectively stacking our dollars to ensure that kids are able to access the most hours possible. What I would say is The department is already engaged in the stacking that they are able to do right now. This year, the department began working with families to stack those families' hours who are receiving 30 hours of UPK and then filling in the rest with CCAP funding. And next year, their plan is to expand that to not just the kids who are getting the extended day, but also the kids who are getting 15 hours of UPK as well. So there is a hope to expand it further. But the reason that the estimate went down for the amount that they were thinking they would be able to save in CCAP dollars is because there is a federal rule and the department cannot force families to renegotiate their contract. If they already have a contract with CCAP, there is a federal rule that prohibits the department from revoking that contract for the year. And I'm sure that there are a variety of reasons for which a family would not want to renegotiate their CCAP contract for the amount of hours that they have been promised. And so I think the department is trying to work through these plans, but in the meantime, if you reduce, they have done this for as many families as they are able. But if you reduce the UPK fund by $1 million, that is $1 million fewer that you are able to provide the full day services for the 30 hours, and that is for low-income kids, low-income families, the same families you're talking about there. So I don't think that it would be wise to reduce the dollars available for the extended day program in UPK in order to send money to the counties for something that is it's not going to make the desired impact. The department is working on stacking as many funds as possible already. It is just less than they initially anticipated because of a federal rule regarding renegotiations of contracts.
Rep. Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative, I appreciate the explanation, but what I'm hearing is we established contracts right from the beginning that allowed essentially double dipping into both programs, and now we don't have the capacity to work through and prevent that. This is not trying to take money away from universal pre-K. It's to ensure that we're not spending money where we should not be spending money, where we're not paying for hours for childcare when a child is actually attending pre-K, and we've got to do a better job. Allowing double dipping to go on until we can get to it in a future year, it's not wise. It's not a good use of our taxpayer dollars. I would still recommend a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion on J1? Rep. Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Richardson. I appreciate very much that you raise an issue that I have raised as well. I don't think we should let this discussion go under any circumstances, even if this amendment doesn't go through. You have my assurance that this discussion, and if it requires both a footnote or an RFI for the department, to make absolutely certain we're doing everything we can on this stacking issue, I will continue to press that on everyone's behalf. And the reason for that is the fact that we're running into a cliff within 2 to 3 years with this UPK cash fund. And so we do need to turn over every stone to make sure that this program is properly funded. And this is just one of our areas that we have to look at very carefully, and at the same time acknowledge any contracts that have taken place federally. So I'm not going to let it go. You have my assurance we will press hard in the long bill to work on this particular subject.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of J1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. J1 fails. To the bill. Is there any Rep. Richardson?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and appreciate again the comments from my colleagues. And I understand why reduction of $1 million, if there's current contracts in place, might not be as feasible or acceptable as we'd like it to be. So I move Amendment J002 and ask that it be properly displayed.
One moment. J2 is properly displayed. Rep. Richardson.
Thank you. Well, it pains me to not be able to find any savings in this department that's overestimated its needs in the past. I would ask that this footnote, the same footnote that was essentially presented in the last amendment, to encourage coordination, to ensure that proper stacking is done, and to ensure that there is no double dipping moving forward, that this footnote be adopted in this bill. And I'd ask for a yes vote.
Rep. Sirota. Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate it. I appreciate what my colleague is getting at here. I, too, am very committed to making sure that we are maximizing every dollar, and, more importantly, that we are putting a CCAP program on a solid financial footing. I'm not convinced that prioritizing technical assistance to counties is where the money needs to go. Obviously, we want to make sure that this money is being targeted in the appropriate way. I would be more than happy, I know my colleagues would be more than happy to work with Rep. Richardson, with the representative from Elbert County. Thank you. I was going to find that soon. Thank you, Rep. I appreciate that. We can work on a footnote in the future, but I'm going to ask for a no vote at this time. But happy to work with him going forward.
Rep. Luck. Oh, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of J2. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. J2 fails. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that the 2000s or this century is the century of the brain, and that there is a lot of research being done because our technology has improved such that we can research the brain in greater and greater measure. And as a new mom, I have been following more and more research related to children. And some of the research that's coming out shows that children who are taken from their primary caregiver within those first 5 years of life actually have a great deal of stress placed on their brain, such that it contributes to things like ADHD and mental health struggles later on in life. And the way that it has been described to me, or the way that it makes sense as I process the information and put it into picture form, if you're familiar with like a car boot, where you put grease in it, and then once the boot gets overly filled with grease, it explodes, and you can't fix the boot, you just have to replace it. That there's a part of the brain that does that when kids are placed frequently in these stressful environments where their primary caregiver is not present. And so some of this data is pointing to the need to reconsider our policies generally around childcare in those early years that is not connected with their primary caregiver, as well as preschool. And I think I would be remiss not to put that on the record as to why I'm not going to support this bill, because I see the impact on my own little one when I leave him every day, and I see how the data, what it says in black and white, and in his behaviors, how there's an alignment. And so I would love for this body in years to come, when I won't be here because I am going to prioritize his little brain and his little life, might look to solutions that allow for those primary caregivers not to have to go to work, but actually stay and care for their own children so that we're not dealing long term as a society with all of these consequences, and those little brains aren't dealing with the stress that is imposed. And so I just wanted to put that on the record. I know that these programs were created from a heart to desire to care for families and for those especially struggling economically, but I would love for an ongoing conversation to look to this new emerging data and to see how we might be able to incorporate that such that we have a thriving generation that is growing. I would ask for a no vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1152. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1152 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Education.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1153.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This just contains some rebalancing based on the passage of propositions LL and MM for the Healthy School Meals for All program. It includes an increase of $100 million of state ed fund dollars for the Charter School Institute Mill Levy Equalization program, which is a statutory requirement, and some roll forward of dollars to account for a technical error, as well as those 3 impacts driven by other agencies. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1153. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1153 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1154.
House Bill 1154 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the offices of the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, and State Planning and Budgeting.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1154.
To the bill.
This simply contains changes to the health, life, and dental, real-time billing, and annual fleet supplementals. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion? Rep. Luck. Rep. Luck. Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
I move Amendment J-001 to House Bill 1154 and ask for it to be displayed.
One moment. J1 is properly displayed. Rep. Marshall.
Good colleagues, we are in a serious financial bind this year. We all know that. And yet we are still putting $1.2 million into a film office where we just hired a brand new $130,000 a year director for that $1.2 million budget, which doesn't sound very business efficient. When we're cutting Medicaid to severely disabled kids, but we're still handing out money so people can make films, makes no sense whatsoever to me. We have priorities and we make our decisions. And as people have said before, if you want to know what you value, let me see your budget. Well, the budget right now is saying we value films more than the sick kids, because if we did value the sick kids, we would zero out that budget and put the money into the sick kids. So all this amendment does is reduces the film subsidy department in OEDIT by $742,750 and puts it into the general fund so that we can reappropriate it to a more appropriate place. So I hope people can support this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate my colleague from Douglas County and his passion for this issue, and also for his passion for providing kids, particularly with IDD, with the appropriate health care services. These are tough times, obviously, in our state budget, and I appreciate that he is trying to find savings wherever he can. I ask for a no vote on this particular amendment. There are a lot that these film subsidies bring to the state in terms of economic development, and so in cutting them would unfortunately cut out the economic development and economic benefits that these tax credits provide to the state. So we ask for a no vote on this.
Rep. Bradley.
Thank you. Sometimes I find myself with no words, which I think is very hard for people to understand, but $742,000 for the Colorado Office of Film, Television, and Media when we have people on the IDD and DD waitlist for decades waiting to get services. Our governor needs $750. I don't care how much money it brings to Colorado. I'm a provider in this state, 1.6% decrease. That is what our governor decided was his budget, to cut provider rates by 1.6%. Those of us trying to feed our families, trying to take care of all of you in all of these districts, he is going to slap people like me in the face because he needs $750,000 for his Office of Film. What a joke. What a joke to the IDD community, what a joke to the DD community who are waiting for decades to receive services that their taxpayer money goes to pay for. They can't even get providers to care for their children. What a joke, Governor. Cut this. Cut this and pay providers. Cut this and pay caregivers that are trying to take care of their disabled children. This is a joke.
Rep. Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, forgot to make another point, and a thought did come from my colleagues' comments. Again, these aren't the tax credits because this is general fund money. This is direct subsidies that are handed out of our taxpayer money. So the argument that people give often of, well, it's their own money they're keeping when we give tax credits, which means everyone else has to pay more taxes to make up the difference, that isn't even this case. This is money we have taken from other people, and we're going to hand it out for film subsidies. And to pay a $130,000 a year director with all the benefits, meaning a $150,000 a year person, to run this film's office. Makes no sense in the budgetary times we are now. If we were flush with cash, it still wouldn't be a great idea, but it would be tolerable. But when we're cutting kids that need help and we're spending money on this, our priorities are messed up. Now, I stood up here a year ago when we were doing a massive tax credit. And I pointed out the $3.4 million. I kept being told, oh, it comes out of the surplus. It comes out of the surplus. The $3.4 million for the tax credits for these film festivals, one in particular, it comes out of the surplus. It doesn't hurt anyone. And I ran an amendment to say it needed a Tabor trigger. So if there is no surplus, it doesn't come out of Medicaid and K through 12. Guess what? There is no surplus. So this is $3.4 million now coming straight out of the general fund into the pockets of the people coming here that we didn't need to pay because they were coming already. And I'm asking for just a small portion to make it up, because that $3.4 million is coming right out of the general fund, which means it's coming right out of the IDD, because that's where we're cutting. So I think we should give back just this little pittance to the people who need it. So like Oliver Twist, we can give one more little thing of gruel to one kid. Thank you.
Rep. Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I would ask to mark the date and time. If we could, please mark the date and time that I'm going to agree with my colleague from Douglas County. I'm just going to take this moment and just soak it in just a little bit because it doesn't happen very often. But it is going to happen right now. We had Douglas County, we've got Douglas County. I think it's safe to say that Douglas County is in support of this amendment. I think that it would be safe to say that I think anybody that has, a heart that's not 3 sizes too small would be in favor of this amendment. I hear the term de minimis all the time. Oh, it's de minimis. De minimis to one could be very impactful to another. And when you are talking about the intellectually and developmentally disabled community, de minimis is quite impactful, quite meaningful. And it ought to be something that we're working towards. Why would we not want to support an amount of money that can make a major impact to an underserved group of individuals? We already have the contract in hand, folks. This is not it. I'm just holding a little very thick fiscal sheet. But the contract is in hand. They're coming. They're coming to Boulder, right? How can we not at least seriously consider $742,000 to help an underserved community in a meaningful manner? Based on the comments from my colleagues, I can say that Douglas County stands with this. I can say that Douglas County stands with the IDD community. I can say that Douglas County stands for common sense in trying to make something happen for a group of folks that deserve it more than a film festival. Sorry. I would ask for support for this very sensible amendment, and again, mark the date. It's not going to happen very often, folks, that I actually agree with my colleague from Douglas County.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate my colleague from Highlands Ranch for bringing this amendment forward. I think it's a good amendment. As we face very tough cuts across the board, virtually almost everything will be impacted. When we are talking about cutting higher ed, when we're talking about cutting K through 12, when we're talking about cutting HCPF and Medicaid, I mean, $742,000, where we could reallocate elsewhere with taxpayer dollars to be more efficient, I think is something that we should seriously consider as a body. I think this is one of those moments that we as the whole full legislature in the House can decide on this reasonable amendment to make the cut in the governor's office. Nothing personal against the governor, but I think we need to personally take a good look in the mirror and see what policies and how the money is working for the taxpayers. When I go home, the biggest concern I hear about is like, why are we wasting taxpayer dollars on frivolous things or wants versus needs? And I think this is a want of the governor's office, not necessarily a need, I would say. And I think $742,000 is a lot of money. And I think that is something that we can, again, reallocate elsewhere for the services that we need, that people need, especially healthcare. I think when we talk about Medicaid cuts specifically, and how we like to mention the federal administration as the blame game of why we're in this mess altogether, we should also consider that if we're going to cut this, which we should, we can reallocate it elsewhere to make sure that we provide for services the funding that we need. And so Weld County supports this. I encourage an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Rep. Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I do want to clarify that because of the way our supplementals work, we can only do one piece at a time. It's not like the long bill. And so this particular amendment doesn't actually direct these dollars to the IDD community. That's a future amendment that I understand is forthcoming. This amendment simply says that the governor's office shouldn't have these dollars. It's going back to the general fund. So for all of you out there who want more dollars for the programs you have, that you would like to see things go to, this amendment helps. Because this amendment gives you almost $1 million to support the things that you're hoping it would go to. Now, I do rise in support of it going to the IDD community. I think that is a valuable pocket of money where it should be added. All I'm suggesting is for those who may not want it to go there because you have other priorities, this amendment at least gets you half of the way, and so I urge you to support it.
Rep. Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I'm in support of the amendment, and I would have to say that this amendment is one of many. I think that we could go through each one of the supplementals and everything that has been budgeted now, and we're going to find amendment after amendment after amendment that could be used here to close that billion-dollar gap that we are forecasting, and I'm in support of the amendment. And thank you to the representative from Douglas County. I was going to say something about the water in Douglas County, but thank you to the Douglas County representatives for supporting it.
Rep. Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, I am a yes on this amendment, and I'm telling you what right now, if this stops the governor from making his cringy videos, Feliz Navidad, I'm all for it. And matter of fact, if we can add this and then also take away his $1.4 million that he wants for his little secret garden that he has to have every single year, that's quite a bit of money that we can actually utilize in other areas that are far more important than cringy videos and secret gardens. How about to our disabled communities? How about that? So for me, I'm a definite yes on this. Please stop the videos.
Rep. Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I don't know if I can follow that. To this amendment here, and I got to agree with actually all of my colleagues. I think it's now unanimous for Douglas County that we argued against this credit and this whole point last year in last bills, and so definitely in support of this credit or this amendment for this credit of shifting it from the governor's desk over to other areas that we could certainly use it a bit better. I understand, I guess, from a procedural perspective, this will be the only time that we get to vote on this amendment. So I would encourage everyone to vote yes for this amendment. Thank you.
AML Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be a yes on this amendment. I think it's important. We've all talked about the IDD community. I have constituents in my district that have reached out that are just utterly shocked that they're seeing money pushed around in this budget, and it's being taken from them. They want to be home with their kids, and there's just no way they can do that and hold another job. And this is just one way that they were able to stay at home with their children and raise their children. And it also makes it hard because as we see a lot of parents with children that have IDD, and as they're aging out, one of the questions I always hear is who's going to take care of my child? And taking this funding away and cutting it away from the care that their children need makes it tough. So when you see money like this, at the end of the day, it's not a ton of money when we look at the state budget, but it's very important to those families, and every little bit helps in that bucket. So I'm a yes on this amendment. I think there's a lot of places we can put this money, but I'm here to stand today. I think this money should go to the IDD fund. I think those parents shouldn't have to worry about their income taking care of their kids. And I think parents aging out, wondering what's going to happen to their adult children when they're gone is egregious and shameful. We need to put this money where it can be used. And like the good rep from El Paso County said, there's other places this could be. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the division has been called. The committee will go into a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. The question before us is the adoption of Amendment J1. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of Amendment J1, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. J1 is passed. To the bill, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1154 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1154 as amended passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 1155.
House Bill 1155 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing.
And as a friendly reminder, applause is not allowed in the chamber. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1155.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are significant changes to the supplemental budget of healthcare policy and financing. There are changes for over expenditures in fiscal year 25, and then many significant changes for fiscal year 26, starting with an increase of $221,838,902 of general fund in medical forecasts. So these are all caseload adjustments that HCPF makes as they have made their way through the year and they see claims coming in This is that true up to ensure that we are appropriating based on the actual usage dollars that are estimates that are coming in. There are also significant changes to eligibility and benefits in the amount of savings of $17.4 million of general fund. This has to do with issues ranging from the federal government rescinding the department's authorization to provide continuous coverage for children ages birth to 3, as well as adults for 1 year after release from prison, and a number of other issues related to tests for specific drugs, delaying implementation of a community health workers benefit, a reduction due to a settlement with DOJ regarding housing vouchers, changes to biosimilars policy, requiring the payment of a third party to pay for drugs, reducing community connector units, placing soft caps on certain HCBS hours, delaying the implementation of LTSS presumptive eligibility, a reduction, not an elimination, to a senior dental grant program. And those are the changes within eligibility. And then there are also significant changes to provider rates. In this budget, we see a reduction of $68.5 million to our provider rates. That includes eliminating the increase of 1.6% that was granted in the budget last year. Also, a reduction that takes certain reimbursement rates to down from anywhere above that was above 85% of Medicare. There is a reduction in some primary care stabilization grants and some behavioral health incentives. A reduction of community connector rates to better match other like rates, and a few other smaller changes and a realignment to a billing code for extra-large wheelchair transport. And then there are also some changes in the administration line that will also bring us a general fund savings of approximately $3 million. Many of these changes are changes that were initially implemented back beginning in October with the governor's executive order due to the passage of H.R. 1 and bringing us immediately out of balance and with the reduction of approximately $1 billion of revenue to our state budget. And in order to address that balancing, changes had to be made in the HICPUF budget and were done so via executive order. This supplemental is simply appropriating appropriately to account for those changes that have already been implemented. And I ask for an aye vote. I'm sure my colleague has some more to share as well.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This supplemental is particularly difficult. But in the wake of H.R. 1 and the billion-dollar hole that it blew in our budget and the inability of many of our federal delegation to stand up for Colorado families and the health care that they need, these are the cuts that we are facing. We know that Medicaid is growing at a faster rate than our Tabor cap. Medicaid's growth rate is growing at a rate in the double digits year after year, and our Tabor cap grows at around 4 to 5%. So for those of us who like Tabor, this is the reality that we are faced with. Cuts from the federal level, cuts in our revenue, and that is falling on the backs of families, working families, folks with IDD. This supplemental does this in the most humane way possible. We are using best practices at the national level to try to place reasonable limits on services and provider rates so that we can balance our budget and get our growth rate under control. No one wants to do this, but this is what we are faced with given the actions of the federal government. We would ask for an aye vote.
Rep. Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as perhaps you know, I am chairman of Delta's Hospital. And what I see in this supplemental affects our negative hospitals like Delta very, very hard. I'm going to start on page 39 of our supplemental packet, just looking at the provider rates. So getting rid of the 1.6% increase for Medicaid providers that was fought for so hard last year, yes, I know it was something the governor rolled back in his executive order, but codifying that within this supplemental means that the food scraps that we fought for to help our providers actually get closer to what it actually costs to be able to deliver a service, and even that doesn't actually add up to what it truly costs. It just was a little bit more for them. I mean, this is a slap in the face to those providers. They definitely love what they do. They want to help our fellow Coloradans, help them get better. But there is a cost to medical care, a cost for a doctor, a nurse to perform a service, a cost for the medication, and rolling that back to me is hard. It's really hard to see, especially when we should actually be looking at increasing our provider rate. Moving over to the rates that are above 85% of Medicare for the Medicare benchmark. This is also really frustrating because right now this may not affect our federally qualified healthcare clinics or our rural health centers. But you take any rural hospital, and they will have a collection of some of their clinics will be designated as rural health centers, but others aren't necessarily that, which means that you have some areas where they're getting a cost-based reimbursement and other areas where they're only getting 85 cents on the dollar of what it actually costs to deliver that healthcare service. In no other parallel world do you say, I expect you to deliver 100% of a service, but we'll only pay you 85% of what it actually costs for you to deliver that service. How long can you keep people employed if you say, I'm only going to pay you 85%? Probably not very long. What this means is, for a rural hospital, you hope and you pray that you don't have a large percent that are on Medicaid. But the reality is, all throughout our state, particularly in the rural areas, we do have high numbers that are on Medicaid. In most of our state, that's about 15%. In most of our rural counties, it's 75% Medicaid, Medicare. The national average is around 40 to 45% Medicaid, Medicare. What that means for our rural counties is that you have 3/4 of all the payers that are government payers. They have a fixed amount that they're willing to pay. And when you start cutting that fixed amount even more, that means that the shifting, the healthcare cost shift, has to be lumped on the commercial payers. Now, it's one thing if you have, say, 50 or 60% that are commercial payers. You can spread that out. But when you only have 25% or less that are commercial payers, it's very difficult to do that cost shift. And plus, that only makes commercial insurance go up even more. Now, in the notes, it says that this will only impact 59 in the rural category. That's still a really big number. I mean, 59 clinics is 59 way too many. Moving on to the pediatric behavioral therapy rates. We had a gentleman testify before appropriations about this. Someone who has autism or a learning disability, you want to intervene at the earliest stages possible. When they're 1, 2, 3, being able to have those early interventions does save you money later. And I'll never forget this witness was saying, what is being done in this supplemental makes absolutely no sense. We're cutting off the early intervention that could save the state dollars later, but then we're putting more money into later help for these same individuals who have autism. I agree. This does not make any sense. You heard my good colleague from Boulder County or Broomfield County talk about that the reasons why these cuts had to be made was because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. Yet, we're not likely to be below the Tabor cap this year, which means that that premise doesn't hold true. The other element that was talked about was H.R. 1, the big, beautiful bill. It does have some impacts on this, but also the rolling off of certain individuals off the Medicaid rolls, at least in theory, should save the state money. While that may cost providers because you have fewer people on Medicaid, that's a different story. I like it when premises add up, and those premises don't. What we have here is a failure to actually make a difficult decision. What's in this supplemental is the easy path. It's easy to cut provider rates, say, accept less money. The very difficult decision is to actually go back through HCPUF's supplementals and say, how can we do no wrong to our most vulnerable Coloradans? I'll give you a little hint. If you're on Medicaid, you're not rich. By law, you're not even in the middle class. And to be cutting these rates means that it's more and more difficult for our hospitals and our clinics to be able to deliver a service. The response from rural Colorado will be cutting more services to comply with this supplemental and with what I'm afraid is going to come with the general fund once we start debating the budget. And as we cut back more here, we're going to see the loss of more healthcare services around our state. And that's what really scares me. This is really just the start of the conversation. When we debate the long bill, that's the real conversation. But I want us to think long and hard about do no harm principle. And this supplemental does a lot of harm. And therefore, I cannot support this at all. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be up here a lot for this bill. Don't everyone get so sad. I don't understand for the life of me. After last year, we begged for a provider rate increase. We got one. And now the first thing on the governor's chopping block is a provider rate increase. And I keep hearing H.R. 1, and I want to be clear. Sure, I'm sure there's some cuts from H.R. 1, but what happened in our state for the good people of Colorado is that Medicaid was developed in 1965 to be a swing, not a hammock, not in a life-saving technique that people were to sustain for the entirety of their life. And then Obamacare came through and cast a wider net for Medicaid enrollments. And then Colorado said, hold my beer. We got more people to put on Medicaid. And then we had one of the worst unwinds of Medicaid in the entire country. And we're spending money, like I tell people, my kids with a debit card that has unlimitless money. And I'm trying to figure out why H.R. 1 would affect OmniSalud, why that's the fault of the federal government. We're covering 12,000 people. at the tune of $53 million. Why is that the fault of the federal government? It has nothing to do with the federal government. We grew an entitlement program in Colorado that we can't sustain, and because we did that, now providers and parents in the IDD community are getting a big old slap in the face. And it's not right. It's not right to do that to the providers who have stuck with this state, pay decrease after pay decrease, who still have to support their family. I have to support a family of 6. Can't just treat for free. And every year I come back to do it half the year. And now I've got to go back and tell the clinicians in my business, we own 300 clinics, the company I work for, that there's going to be not only a 1.6 provider rate decrease, but they're going to only let you charge 85% of services to the degree that Medicaid or Medicare charges. So I'm going to break that down for the non-providers in the building. And Senator from Adams County even said to HCPF, why are provider rates always the first on the chopping block? Why is the IDD community always the first on the chopping block? $800,000 to film. Why do you attack the very people providing medical services for the state? Do you guys not need physical therapy? Do you not need cardiac health? Do you not need cancer treatment? Because I guarantee you the constituents in your district do, and you keep shipping us out of here. Because if we can't afford to live here, we're going to move, and we have about 15% of people are leaving the state. That's what the policies in the state have done. And most of them are specialty doctors, because I get those phone calls. What are you guys doing down there? You're making us see 60 patients a day, and now you're cutting our provider rates. It's unbelievable to me that we're going to continue after people that stayed here during COVID and worked their tails off. Hey, guess what? We're going to cut your rates again. I don't. So let me go over what that means to you guys. A 1.6% provider rate decrease in Colorado means that healthcare providers, doctors, hospitals, clinics, physical therapists will be reimbursed 1.6% less for the same services they provide under Medicaid or state insurance programs. And while that doesn't seem like a lot, let me break down the numbers for you. If a provider normally gets $100,000 a year from Medicaid, a 1.6% cut equals $1,600 less. And let me provide some perspective. We are the 4th highest state to live in. A family of 4 needs about $150,000 just to sustain themselves in the state. Operational effects, staffing pressures, lower revenue may force providers to delay hiring, cut staff hours, and reduce raises. And let me tell you what that means. People that are not happy in their jobs, that are treating patients and trying to provide care, good care, gold standard care now, they're going to have to increase how many patients they see per hour, and the standard of care is going to decrease, and we can thank our governor for that. Hospitals that are already above the red line, they're barely operating. And we're not talking about the hospitals in Douglas County. We're talking about rural Colorado, where a lot of you represent. Access is going to decrease. I just heard a bill yesterday. We need to increase mental health access. There's not enough mental health providers. We need to clean up the provider roles. Well, see ya. Specialty services, high-cost specialties like cardiac surgery, oncology, and trauma care may be most vulnerable to cuts. Mental health providers, I say Wyoming is in charge of these policies because we're all exiting to Wyoming. Medicaid providers in Colorado already face thin margins. They operate on 2 to 5% of profit margins. This reduction is going to push low-margin providers into financial stress. So let's talk about hospitals. Medicaid pays a percentage of Medicare rates, often below cost, so we're already operating below cost. $10 million in Medicaid revenue is $160,000 less for a hospital. And then you put the Medicare set rate of 85% on top of that, and we're barely even getting the cost or below cost of what we deserve. We're basically treating for free. How many people can go to a restaurant and just get food for free? You can't. Physicians in primary care, average reimbursement is often 80 to 85% of Medicare. $500,000 is what they pull in. This will give them about $8,000 less. Providers with many Medicaid patients may see significant revenue reductive relative to operational costs. Specialists like cardiology and orthopedics slated to lose another $16,000. But again, with the Medicare cost of 85%, that means these people aren't even getting reimbursed. Pediatric behavioral health. Think about autism and things like that. We're in an autism epidemic, if you want to believe it or not. About $4,800 less. And let's talk about the rural hospitals. Many rural hospitals lack full cardiac specialty services. National and regional research shows rural hospitals, including those in Colorado's rural and frontier counties, listen up, rural Colorado, are already cutting specialized cardiac services like diagnostic or interventional catheter treatment and cardiology departments. Rural hospitals are cutting or scaling back services because of financial strain. So a statewide financial report found over 70% of hospitals in Colorado, including 80% of rural hospitals, operate with unsustainable margins. Guess what else is going to give them unsustainable margins? Providers leaving and them only getting 85% of what Medicare charges. So you guys can decide what's going to happen to rural Colorado, our hospitals, our specialists, our providers, by voting for the supplemental. And I hope that you don't live far from the next hospital because the first one closes, or you don't have to drive in bad weather. I hope that none of your loved ones need cancer treatment, cardiac treatment, or OB services because they're going to be delivering their babies in a snowdrift. I am adamantly against this. I think we need to send a bipartisan message to the governor that he needs to doge some things and stop cutting provider rates because the people in here that support all of your districts are tired of getting slapped in the face. Thank you.
Representative Basanek.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It is an honor to serve with you.
Members, I just want to dial in a little bit on the rural hospital piece because I think it's important to level set on the math that you're being given to accept as the reality of our budget when I think there are complicating factors to consider here. When the federal government passed, and by federal government I mean Republicans in Congress, and the Trump administration signed into law H.R. 1, they sold you something that they said that $1 trillion is the same as $50 billion. Because they cut $1 trillion from rural health care and then created a $50 billion rural hospital fund and told you that's the same thing. That somehow those two dollar amounts match up and there wouldn't be some loss of service as a result of those choices. Those are not choices that this body made. Those are not choices that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle made, and I respect that. But it's impossible to divorce those decisions from this conversation. You cannot pretend like cutting $1 trillion will not have an impact on healthcare in our state. There is not that amount of money to be found anywhere else in our budget. And so difficult decisions abound. H.R. 1 also had the really complicated process of dictating all sorts of unfunded mandates to our county governments when it comes to verifying work requirements, when it comes to SNAP, when it comes to healthcare, pushing people through hoops so that they would lose the healthcare coverage that they already have. And what does that do? That means that providers of last resort, rural hospitals, they will have to foot that bill regardless. They're just now going to do it for zero compensation. This was not a situation of our choosing. And I want to acknowledge that our Joint Budget Committee is doing the best with an impossible decision. But we cannot divorce this conversation from the reality that a federal administration chose to cut $1 trillion from rural health care, and it will have impacts on our state. We can talk about how to prioritize, how to fill those cuts. That's a fair conversation. But we should not divorce ourselves from the reality that we have a responsibility to fill $1 trillion hole that the Trump administration handed you, and that is the difficulty behind this conversation today. So I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the work of our Joint Budget Committee. I think we are all aware that every one of these decisions has a family and a person behind it. That doesn't weigh on any of us lightly. Let's just be real, I think, with each other about why we're here.
Representative Soper.
Merci, Mr. Chair. I wanted to come up here and really respond to a few of the things that were said, and I do respect and appreciate my colleague on the other side. You know, Colorado, like our sister states, has certainly been met with challenges. I mean, I think that's fair to say. We have challenges, you know, that came from the federal government. That's also, I think, a fair statement to say. To have work requirements and to have people roll off Medicaid twice a year instead of once a year, I mean, that's a policy consideration, one that I think is a fair one to make. That's a different policy debate than the one we're having up here on the supplementals, which is what should the provider percentage be? And being 85% of covered charges, reducing the increase that our JBC members fought so hard to have put in there last year at 1.6%. It really should have been twice that. And then to have the governor roll that back in his executive order, and then to be codifying the governor's rolling back in this supplemental is a little bit hard to swallow. I will say on the exact reduction in Medicaid, it's a little bit less than $1 trillion, closer to $137 billion within the rural areas over this amount of time. And yes, it's being replaced with $50 billion. That is money that will be coming. Colorado will get our share, $200 million a year for the next 5 years. And one thing that I would just want to put on the record here, as we're talking about the cuts to rural health care in the supplemental, we expect those funds, those $200 million, to go to our rural hospitals and not to be eaten up by administrative costs to somehow backfill other parts of HCPF or to go to other parts of state government. So I want to lay that here, that while we're making cuts in the supplementals to our rural providers, we also need to be thinking holistically about what dollars are out there that we can actually kick back to our rural providers and think a little bit more positive, and to not be eating up those dollars elsewhere. Because our rural hospitals are going to be making adjustments. 2026 is an adjustment year. And when January of 27 comes, that's the first wave of HR 1 that's really going to hit, and then more in 2028. So there's going to be some service reductions. There's going to be a change in Colorado's rural healthcare landscape. And we cannot be taking away precious dollars that our rural hospitals have done an amazing job of extending and being able to do the most possible good for the limited resources that we've given to them. But it's going to get really, really, really hard for our hospitals and our clinics over the next 2 years. And by removing more dollars from rural health care now, it means that as our hospitals and our clinics and our doctors and our nurses and our local hospital administrators are trying to figure out the landscape, the healthcare landscape, they won't even have the sense to make things add up to try to keep services. Your zip code shouldn't depend on your healthcare outcome. Where you live in Colorado shouldn't determine whether or not you have access to primary care. Rural Coloradans deserve access to health care the same as urban Coloradans. And just because you're on Medicaid doesn't mean that you should have less access to health care than someone who has a 5-star commercial insurance plan. But when we start making these cuts here, it limits access to where health care will be, because to make your balance sheet add up, something has to give. And when we make these cuts, more service items will be cut. And I'm afraid that more clinics and possibly even more hospitals will shutter their doors in Colorado. So, with respect to what was said, we can do more. We don't just have to say, this is the lay of the land, the way the world is. We are in the chamber where we make, it's the art of the possible. And being a little bit more creative and digging into HCPUF's budget and their finances and where dollars are spent, I believe that we can actually find more dollars. But we have to look for efficiencies. And I still renew my request for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. I appreciate my colleagues' comments about rural Colorado. One of the things that crosses that rural-urban divide is poor management decisions. One of the things that is not impacted by the big, beautiful bill are poor management decisions. I'm going to take a little bit of a different path here. We all have the book, the supplemental narrative book. We can see what the requests are from the department. We can see the disparity between what would seem to be good fiscal common sense and what they're asking for, given the structural deficit that we continue to operate in. I'm going to take a little bit of a different path and talk about audits, talk about mismanagement, talk about sloppiness overall. I have the honor, and I do consider it to be an honor, I enjoy it very much, to sit on the Legislative Audit Committee. In the Legislative Audit Committee, we have the opportunity to be able to hear from some of the worst, be able to hear from some of the most dysfunctional elements of some of our state departments and how they are failing their transparency, how they are failing to be accountable to Colorado taxpayers. You. HCPUF, Healthcare Policy and Financing, is actually one of those that has caught my eye and caught the eye of the bipartisan Legislative Audit Committee. I have in front of me a report that if we're looking at financial management, irrespective of the big, beautiful bill, if we're talking about financial management, management of the department, far beyond whether it's a rural or an urban issue, it might interest you to know that of the 121 audits that have been issued upon this department, would you know that 9% are not implemented? That's also to say that they've been ignored. Now, it's not like they're just a week or two late. Medicaid payment controls, an audit deficiency, 43 months late. 43. I have bought and paid off a car in that amount of time. 43 months late, just on that one, by the way. Other payment controls, 24 months late. Contract monitoring, over a year. Program oversight, another one for program oversight, another one for contract monitoring, another one for contract provisions. Other compliance issues. Other payment controls, another 42 months late. Now, those are just the ones that are in white in my legislative audit book. That means they're not as severe. To me, it sounds pretty severe, but they're not as severe as the contract provisions, which is 49 months late. When a department that is asking for this amount of money increase during a structural deficit can look you, the taxpayer, in the eye and say, it's okay, we're going to do the right thing by your money, just ignore the fact that we cannot even answer the office of the state auditor with these audits that we have accepted, that we know are deficiencies within our department, but yet we're still going to run over 4 years late on implementing them. That's not taking anything seriously. That is not taking accountability seriously. That's not taking transparency seriously. Why should we take the request seriously that they want more money, especially when they're cutting provider benefits and the other things? That does nothing to do, my colleagues, with the big, beautiful bill. That has everything to do with mismanagement, and I would consider us needing to weigh that as we're looking at supplementals when they say, we need more. No, you don't. Fix what you got.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think overall our biggest problem is that this body has an opium addiction. It's a drug. OPM, other people's money. And you guys just cannot get enough. We have a debt of $38.6 trillion. Trillion dollars. It's 38, 12 zeros. 38 and 12 zeros. What cannot go on forever won't. H.R. 1, if anything, was a reckoning that you got to stop your opium addiction. You got to stop legislating money out of the pockets of citizens and into your own little pet projects. $38.6 trillion. H.R. 1 cut what? 1 trillion? It's the federal government saying to the states, it's time to cut the apron strings. And the opium addicted in here are having a royal hissy fit. Minus $186 billion out of rate price. So during COVID, you just kicked providers right in the teeth and said, we don't appreciate you whatsoever. And a lot of them left. And the ones that stayed, now you're saying our appreciation for you is to cut $186 million out of your wages. We're not going to cut $186 million out of here. We're not going to cut this building back to 90 days. We're not going to cut here out back to 90 days and maybe 3 bills or something like that where we could actually save the citizens money by, we could actually govern better by governing less. No, this building has not had its fill of opium. And it's going to get other people's money by hell or high water. We're not going to decrease anything like, I don't know, maybe $24 million for 1 month free in the mobile mugging centers. So you can keep pretending that you can develop your 15-minute cities. Short walk cities with transit-oriented housing with Calcutta-style zoning.
Rep. DeGraff, as much as I love when you talk about transit, if we could stick to HICPUF, that'd be great.
Well, they're all related. But we're talking about $24 million that could go towards these providers, but instead, the priority is to make 1 month free on the mobile mugging centers. And then we say, and you know what Colorado calls RTD? They call it reason to drive. And I'm just saying this because this is a pot of money. And the governor, when we looked at it last year, there was about $100 million in green initiatives. Green, green, green. The only thing green about green is that it's green. It comes out of your pocket. It comes out of the citizens' pockets, other people's money. So we're going to spend $100 million tilting at windmills, and then we're going to tell our providers, hey, thanks, but no thanks. Hey, thanks for sticking with Colorado. Thanks for sticking with Colorado when Bidenomics ramped up inflation by 22.5% over 4 years, devalued your wages by 22.5%, ramped up prices accordingly. 22.5%. That means if, say, just for easy math, you made $100,000, you lost $22,000 of buying power. But somehow this is Trump's fault. You need to get over your addiction to opium. You need to cut back. We've got $5 billion over time allocated, an extra $5 billion allocated to a high-speed train to nowhere, fast track to nowhere. An extra, when we looked at it, was it $7 million, like $300 per person. We're subsidizing RTD at over $2.50 per passenger mile because nobody wants to ride it. Yet we're going to cut the rates, so don't tell anybody that the providers are a priority when you cut them. And you say, hey, thanks for playing, now we're going to kick you in the teeth. It's not a priority. The providers that do this for us are not your priority because you would have prioritized them over something else, over the governor's pet projects, the green insanity. 100% of 33 degrees Celsius of 0.125 over 3,300, 0.00125. If you want to get into the other math, just from my friends over here, 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools of drops. That's what your priority is. I'm sorry. It took me 20 days to get to 1/2 of 1 drop in 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of drops. That's your carbon footprint. And that's why this body wants to cut $186 million out of provider rates. That's why it wants to cut the throats of these providers that have worked diligently for us in COVID, out of COVID, taking fixed wages, and then then the gratitude for basically having these fixed wages is for you to come by and say, we're just gonna knock them down a little bit because inflation devalued your buying power by 22.5%. The energy prices. So stop pretending and stop saying things like these medical providers are a priority in the state because they are clearly not. You do everything you can to kick them in the teeth. And at some point, they're going to be tired of it because places like Wyoming are cutting their property tax. They're cutting their income tax. They're doing stuff that we would love to do, but you can't figure it out because you're addicted to opium, other people's money, and probably opium in general. So you keep punishing the citizens of Colorado because you cannot balance a budget, because you cannot rein in your proclivities for spending and reaching into somebody's pocket. The reaching into the pockets needs to stop. The money all comes from the states. Stop blaming Trump because you can't balance a budget, because you can't stop spending. We're here, we're on day, 20-something day of 120, and all we're going to do is spend more money in this room. This side, no idea on how to cut any money out of the budget. All they've come up with is trying to figure out how to figure out maybe if you're not home out in your home for long enough that they can figure out how to tax that. So yes, this is insanity, what you're doing to the providers. Yes, there's money that's out there. You have to have a priority, and these providers are the priority. Not the green grift, not the wolves, not the hellhounds, not the demon weasels and all those other stupid programs for the Chihuahua Clutch environmentalists. These are people. Yes, I said Chihuahua Clutch environmentalists. These are real people, and you are really hurting them with your really bad decisions and your opium addiction.
Thank you. Representative Basenecker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief response. I don't think the conversation would be accurate if I didn't just mention that I believe there is an addiction to spending other people's money. I think the Trump administration has doubled down on that through H.R. 1, through a bill that takes $1 trillion from rural health care, all for the benefit of you as a taxpayer, to balloon our national deficit between $2.8 and $4.5 trillion over the next 9 years. Those aren't informations that came from House District 53. That's Trump administration information. That comes from the Trump administration. So I don't think it's an addiction to other people's money in terms of what we're legislating here. I think what the Trump administration has turned that acronym into is other people's Medicaid and wanting to take that from rural communities. That's where the addiction lies, and why? For what benefit? So that our hospitals can pay more for unreimbursed care? So that they can be a provider of last resort on the brink of economic collapse? I can't rationalize it other than to say that the math is clear. H.R. 1 will balloon the federal deficit. It will negatively impact the same providers we care about. It will devastate healthcare in rural hospitals. And this is what the administration is clear about themselves. This is not a this body problem. This is trying to legislate responsibly inside of the very, very disadvantageous hand that we've been dealt, and trying to figure out a way to salvage care for folks in the midst of $1 trillion cut and a ballooning national deficit that was the policy choice of this administration.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, sir.
Let me start by saying that those of you that followed the vote in appropriations yesterday, I voted no on this particular supplemental. And I'll explain why here in just a second. But I think we're letting this discussion go off in a direction that it shouldn't go off. Let me remind you that our Medicaid costs have been growing at more than double the rate of inflation. Put H.R. 1 aside for a few moments and realize, as a state, we are on an unsustainable path. And it's only going to be a matter of time before this is going to impact K through 12, higher education, and corrections, our other big departments. So rather than come up here any longer and blame whatever outside of the state of Colorado, let's come back to focus on this is unsustainable. I don't necessarily agree, and I think my colleagues on the JBC know that I would prefer not to hit our providers. I don't know that that's totally possible. But I do know this, in conversations that I had at lunchtime yesterday, in some of our programs we have significant abuse. We have intermediaries out there today, if you've not seen this, that are advertising to our folks on the IDD community that we can gain you $100,000 a year from Medicaid. $100,000 a year. When we have parents that are killing themselves on behalf of their children. We have intermediaries on the PBT, pediatric behavior, that are also abusing the system. And so one of the things I want to be working on with my JBC colleagues between now and the long bill is how do we get that how do we get that abuse out of the system and make sure the providers that are pouring their hearts out to our kids, whether they be in the PBD program, the IDD, or supporting adults with IDD. How do we do that? I don't want to talk about HR 1 in this discussion right now. I want to talk about how in heaven's name can we work together to get the abuse out of the system, to lower administration costs, so that the people that depend upon us get as many of the services at the very best rates we can possibly do. So I would ask both caucuses, HR 1 is going to have an impact. There is no question about that. But we are unsustainable where we are today. Let's focus on both the supplementals as well as the long bill as to how we can help solve this problem, because we have to solve it. We have an unsustainable situation. So please, let's get back to what we need to be doing here in this discussion.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to address some of the remarks that were said here at this well as explaining why I will not be voting for this particular supplemental. For starters, we heard time and time again, and we continue to hear time and time again, HR 1. HR 1's fault, President Trump's fault, it's all Trump's fault. We are deflecting blame. And what we need to understand as legislators is we need to hold ourselves accountable to the spending, the overspending, and the mismanagement that we have done as a body, that we have pushed, that we have led, that has led us to this path. It is, as my colleague from Grand Junction just said, unsustainable. It's been unsustainable for years. It's been unsustainable even before HR 1 was even passed to begin with. And yet again, time and time again, we see the justification for the mess to go after the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, which a majority of the people in this legislature vehemently abhor. And so I think we need to address the remarks that while I do agree that HR 1 has some impact, it's not the total reason for the deficit that we have. We have a ballooning deficit at the federal, yes, of course, but we've had a ballooning deficit for years, even before this previous administration. So we should hold ourselves accountable to no matter who's in charge at the federal level. Our deficit continues to balloon time and time again because we overspend, we raise the debt ceiling, we continue to spend on things that otherwise would be more efficient, but instead we are funding what I think is waste. There is also the comment about fraud, waste, and abuse. There is. In Colorado, whether you choose to accept it or not, however minuscule or big it is, there is fraud, waste, and abuse. And an example I will use is people I know are selling their food stamps to other people. Is that not fraud? When people get benefits that other people would pretty much need, yet they're in waiting list and they sell food stamps to other people just to make money? Tell me how that's not fraud, or tell me how that's not abuse of taxpayer dollars. Specifically to the supplemental, I also want to highlight that we are cutting provider rates, which is very important to my district. My community health centers who are getting hurt and taking a beating, not only for mental health, behavioral health, but also physical health. So my clinics and my hospitals and everyone in it who is in healthcare, I hear from people in my district, and they do not want to see these provider rates cut. Yet we're seeing budget increases in other places at a time when we should be really looking ourselves inward about what we are doing as a body to make sure we are providing the services that we need. And with that is Medicaid. And I just want to be very clear about HR 1. While people are saying that it is taking away Medicaid, I don't think you guys are highlighting that there's worker requirements in place for Medicaid. So just throwing that out there. And lastly, I will just say that, we should really look at our community health centers and our hospitals to see what they really want. And I can tell you that they would disagree with the supplemental as we are facing cuts. They do not want to see the provider rates cut. You heard the argument that rural hospitals are already suffering, and we don't want them to suffer even more than enough. And I think you're seeing closures and the overcapacity that they cannot keep up with the demand. And it's really sad to see our hospitals and our healthcare people in that situation. And so for those reasons, I will be a no vote on the supplemental.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, first of all, that I really appreciate my colleagues on both sides of the aisle and their commitment to making sure that we have a robust Medicaid program. We often argue about Medicaid in this chamber, as we are now, but in particular, on this side of the aisle, I have not seen this kind of a commitment to our Medicaid program in quite some time, so I appreciate that. I also just want to say that to my colleague from Grand Junction's points earlier, we are in a budget crisis. It is a structural deficit, but it is not due to overspending. We have done our best to try to make sure that we have the appropriate, that we are putting together essentially a budget, and we are truing up our state's budget for the coming year in the most, as I've said, compassionate way possible. I will point out that the 85% reduction the reduction of Medicaid rates to 85% of Medicare does not affect hospitals themselves. The 1.6% increase that we put in last year does. I also will point out that FQs are reimbursed in a different way than other providers, and the cuts don't necessarily affect them in the same way. We are trying to do this in the best way possible so that we can protect those who are taking care of the most vulnerable. But in many cases, we can no longer afford some of the programs that we have. Our JBC nonpartisan staff have done extensive analysis on why we are faced with the deficit that we are, and it's a combination of factors. During the pandemic, we received 56% federal reimbursement on our Medicaid budget. Now it's down to 50%. We are not getting the same kind of federal support that we used to. And so we have to make choices. We have to find reasonable reductions that will put our program on a sustainable path for the future, especially as we try to live within the Tabor cap, which is so important to so many people in this chamber. So as much as I support the ideas that many of my colleagues are committed to supporting our providers, supporting our most vulnerable, and I have certainly spent my career trying to make sure that we have quality, affordable health care in Colorado, the reality is that in many cases, we cannot no longer afford the benefits and rates that we have had for the last several years.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to my colleague. I got to sit on Health and Human Services with him, and I believe his heart is in the right place for providers. And I truly believe this is a hard cut for you, and I'm hoping that you're going to find the money somewhere. I just want to reiterate, I'm not blaming anything. What the good colleague from Mesa that's owned a business and truly has helped me fight for rural Colorado, Medicaid is growing 2 times the rate of inflation. I want everyone to hear that. When you take a program that's intended to be a swing and you make it a hammock, and then you start pointing fingers, you know the thing, what I tell my kids, when you point one finger, 4 are pointing back at you. It's an unsustainable path. It's an unsustainable path. Is everyone listening? It's an unsustainable path. We've grown an entitlement program we can't sustain, and now providers are paying the price, you guys. I can't keep begging. You have providers in your districts. And the abuse, $25 million for a rideshare scam. We don't even know about the wheelchair scam where they were charging $662 instead of $65 in 9 counties. We have a department in our state that's responsible for a third of the budget that we have in the state, a third. They get $9 billion from the feds, $17 billion from our state. And we're not auditing them. We're not auditing their admin costs. We're not saying, what are you guys doing with all this money? Instead, we're saying we're gonna cut provider rates. I'm asking you guys, let's audit HCPF. We have 2 different scams right here. The wheelchair scam in 9 counties for over 10 years. I can't even imagine, it was 1,000% increase, how much money that could pay providers that are taking care of the IDD community. You guys, it's a third of our budget. I'm begging you, don't just say we're gonna cut provider rates. And with that, I'm going to run or ask for J004 to be displayed to House Bill 1155. I move, I'm Rusty, I'm sorry, I move J004 and ask for it to be displayed.
The amendment has been moved and displayed. Rep. Bradley to, I believe it's J004.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you've asked for us to come up with the solutions. I don't have a solution for provider rate decreases. I know we're asking for $170 million, and that's what provider rate decreases is going to be. So here we go. I'm going to ask to move about $2.5 million of total funds, including 1.2, because it's a federal match, so I'm only asking for half, from the general fund, from personnel services in the executive director's office, to medical service premiums to eliminate the annual hours cap on personal care, homemaker services, and health maintenance activities provided to persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And let me tell you why. When I was sitting in the SMART Act hearings, and we all got emails from parents that are only going to get 56 hours to take care of their children. And the department looked at me and said, we're being generous. We're being generous to those parents. I wonder if we're actually hearing what we're saying. We're going to be generous to give parents $8 an hour, by the way, 56 hours a week to take care of their IDD and DD children. And I just want to tell you, when my son was in this horrific accident and was in a wheelchair and couldn't walk up and down the stairs, do you think that was only 56 hours a week? Because I was showering him, bathing him, doing all the things, and it was temporary. And these parents have emailed all of you, and they didn't even get emails back from you guys. And to say that that's generous to give them 56 hours to care for their children in wheelchairs? My son was in a wheelchair for 3 months. I was his caregiver nonstop. So let's talk about a couple of things. In 1988, the autism rate was 1 in 10,000. Now it's 1 in 30. We're spending millions of dollars on 2,000 cases of syphilis, 34 cases of measles, millions of dollars. And then I had a testifier come and say, what are they supposed to do after the 56 hours runs out? Where are the providers? They're only making $8 an hour, so what providers are they supposed to pay? One testifier said that she's been on a wait list for years to get a respite provider for a few hours a week. There's no providers, you guys. There's no providers for these families. So we're gonna cut their costs to care for their children, and then we're leaving them in the dark because there's no providers that are gonna come into their homes and take care of their children. And the ones that do are taking 30 to 50% off the top of the wages. It has become a moneymaker. It has become a moneymaker for providers to go into these homes that these poor families cannot pay because we, the state, have said we're being generous to give you 56 hours. So let's read a couple. I'm writing you to oppose the proposed 56-hour IHSS caregiver cap and the implementation of the age-based calculator. These changes will not change the care my son needs or the needs of others. Hunter is our medically complex 14-year-old son. He has a rare genetic disease, PIGA. There are less than 200 cases worldwide. Less than half of the number is still living. Hunter is nonverbal, legally blind with cortical vision impairment, hearing loss in one ear, spastic quadriplegic cerebral palsy, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which is a severe form of epilepsy, feeding tubes, and oxygen requirements. But we're being generous to give his mom 56 hours in this state. This is just a small list of what we deal with daily. I have cared for my son since the day he was born. He was not expected to live to see his first birthday. Many of the doctors have said that is because of the extreme care that I provide him. Before our son was born, her husband of 30 years had successful careers outside of the home. I need to end my career to become Hunter's caregiver. As the years go by, his needs have increased. Jay has also left his career to assist in Hunter's caregiving needs. Hunter is approved for, and rightly so, 168 hours a week, but 56 hours is generous. They were approved for 168 hours a week. He needs 24/7 care, eyes on him at all times. Some of his seizures are silent, and if you're not right there, you don't know that he is in distress. This breaks my heart. He requires life-sustaining medication at least 4 times a day, constant monitoring and charting, close communication with complex medical team. His bedroom mimics a hospital room. My bed is 3 feet away from him so I can be at his bedside in the blink of an eye. He's had 3 major surgeries in 2 years' time, bilateral hip reconstruction, craniotomy, and just last week, spinal fusion. Hunter is never without me or Jay by his side. He's never spent a night or day in the hospital without me next to him. And boy, can I relate, because I was there for 6 weeks with my child. The proposed 56-hour cap will greatly affect us. It will cut our income by more than 50%. We do not live extravagant lives. We have lived in the same house in rural Elizabeth for 24 years. We have remodeled our home 2 times to accommodate Hunter's needs. We have purchased a handicap van so we can safely transport him to all of his doctor appointments and hospitalizations. None of this is covered by funding. The loss of income will affect us being able to provide things for him as he grows and his needs change. This is what we're cutting. Where we live, we cannot find reliable help. Our family is all older and unable physically to care for him. Respite providers and private duty nurses are in great demand. Most are not qualified to care for Hunter. Some do not want to commute this far. She has not had a provider in her home since April of 2019. I do not understand how this cap is going to help with caregiver burnout. My thought is it will make it worse. Right now, I work 112 hours and Jay does the other 56 hours. It works for us. With the caps, Jay will have to take another job outside the home. So he will still work 56 hours as a caregiver and then another 40 hours outside the home, while I am still working 112 hours as a caregiver with the pay of 56 hours, which is $8 an hour. This is just our situation. I know several families who have a much more difficult daily life. These cuts will put undue stress on families that need the highest support. I foresee a higher number needing SNAP, TANF, and housing assistance, not to mention the mental toll that the representative from Mesa talked about. It will place on families that are now forced to make decisions that can and will put their children at higher risk. As a mom, I cannot understand that, why this state is putting them on the chopping block. How does the cap save money if the state will need to pay outside caregivers, which is the biggest thing, right? We're giving them 56 hours. They're still going to have to find another 112 hours, just this family alone. If their children are placed into institutions that are already understaffed and overpopulated, then what? How do they propose families to find adequate skilled caregivers to help when everyone is forced to outsource, but there is a nationwide shortage that has been in place since 2020? This is just one of the many emails that we all got because y'all were all CC'd on it. Did you write them back? Did you call the people in your communities whose care has been cut for their children that need lifelong care? And here our state says we're being generous, that you need to sleep, that you can't provide good care for your children. Tell that to a mom. We don't sleep. I haven't slept since September 11th. These poor families have it 10 times worse than me. And this is what we're cutting. Come on, you guys, do better.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I ask for a no vote on this amendment. And I want to clarify something because what is in the amendment is not what was just discussed by my colleague from Douglas County. My colleague from Douglas County was talking about a 56-hour caregiver cap that was proposed by the department to bring that cap down from 112 hours to 56 hours. And that request was denied. It is not in the supplemental budget. It is a conversation that is ongoing. We're working very hard with the department to address this particular question about the caregiver cap, because it is a benefit that is somewhat new, and over the course of the pandemic, not all states allow family caregivers to be reimbursed for these services. Colorado is one of the states that does. For the states that do, they are not exceeding 40 hours a week. And Colorado currently stands at 112. So the proposal was to try and bring this more in line. We would still be outsized with respect to what the rest of the states are doing. But because of the impact that this could have on a small number of people in Colorado, but who are caring for very vulnerable people, we are continuing to work with the department and with the families impacted to try and address this in a responsible way. What this amendment is doing is taking from the administrative line to remove the caps, the soft caps that have been placed on personal care, homemaker, and health maintenance activities. These are soft caps to, again, bring our hours more in line with what it is other states are doing, because we have seen with the implementation of community first choice and an effort to streamline all of the waivers, we have seen certain reimbursements for services balloon. We are trying to bring this back into alignment. But these are soft caps, and if there is a need for an individual to have a larger number of hours for these services, an application can be made to expand the number of hours they are getting beyond the soft cap. But if you take, and I will also say there has been an audit of the department. The department does get audited, and most recently, Manat did a review of the department. What they found is that HICPUF is actually runs on a very low administrative cost. 95% of the dollars are actually going towards services. And if you want people to be able to do the work to identify the fraud that was going on with NEMT, for example, you have to have people in the department to be able to investigate that fraud. You have to have people in the department to be able to provide the reimbursements to the providers that they are counting on. And so I think that I ask for a no vote. This amendment is not necessary, will not help solve for our budgetary problems, and the 56-hour caregiver cap is not in this supplemental budget.
Any further discussion on Amendment J004? Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's obviously a lot of moving parts in this, but we're still looking at removing $68 million out of provider rates. Now, whether that's the providers in this case, the providers in another, it's $68 million in provider rates, which, doing the math here, I don't think this quite covers, but at least we're going in the right direction. If it's a priority, we should prioritize it. The only place that we get priorities in this body is when we throw something that says regardless of immigration status. That is a priority. And when we look at the Medicaid fraud that we've documented, year after year after year of Medicaid fraud, leering centers, instead of zero-based budgeting and going back, we take it out on the people who do the most for us and reward the people who are here to take. We have a ton of debt. This is ongoing. We have $3.5 billion. Last year we had $3.5 or $4.5 billion worth of participation certificates, participation trophies. This is an ongoing budget problem. This is another ongoing spending problem. This is an ongoing addiction. You want quality, affordable health care. Well, you're not going to get that with Medicare. Medicare is what jacks up the prices by repaying about 20-25%, requiring providers to charge 4 to 5 times as much, requiring you to have insurance, requiring you to pay thousands of dollars per month in insurance. Why? Because the government is once again stepping in and foobarring the economy. So I'm in favor of this amendment because it's actually at least an attempt to prioritize our priorities. If we want to say that health care is a priority, don't say health care is a priority and then take pay out of the provider rates. That's not saying it's a priority. Find someplace else to take that money, $68 million. That's a fraction of the governor's green grift. That sacred cow that you guys won't touch. It's a fraction. It's a fraction of the governor's choo-choo train. Fast track to nowhere. The second $5 billion that's being bilked out of the state. You say you prioritize things, but you don't. Well, you do. You do prioritize things. You just don't prioritize the people of Colorado. You don't prioritize the people of Colorado. You prioritize nonprofit organizations, some run out of this room, sucking up taxpayer dollars, recycling into campaign funds. That's a priority. Provider rates is not. Let's get rid of those non-audited government organizations. Let's prioritize. Let's get back. We need to do some zero-based budgeting. We need to get into the nitty-gritty of this stuff and figure out where this money's going, because majority of what this body funds is grift. I think the biggest department in Colorado is the Department of FWA, the Department of Fraud, Waste, and Abuse, and they're doing an excellent job spending the taxpayers' money on nothing. So this is a good amendment. We need to get back to the basics. We need to prioritize our priorities. And if the governor's green grift is your priority, then shame on you. Makes things more expensive for Coloradans, takes money out of their pocket. Yet, it's a sacred cow. And you worship at it every single day. Vote yes on this.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the representative from the JBC coming up. So HCPF was trying to cut the 112 hours. I applaud you for not cutting that. What we're talking about still, though, is HCBS service limits. So personal care, homemaker, health maintenance activities are core home and community-based services and are available under Community First Choice. These services are not currently limited and are authorized based on assessed need. Personal care services assist with activities such as bathing, dressing, eating, mobility, and hygiene. Homemaker services provide assistance with household tasks, including meal preparation, cleaning, laundry, and shopping. Health maintenance activities include support such as medication administration, catheter care, or respiratory assistance that can be safely performed in the home or community setting. The current year, a net of $2.5 million total funds, includes half of that coming from the feds. Another 1.2 million coming from the general fund. So why are we cutting these funds for people who are helping take care of their children? Tomato, tomato. Great. Thank you for working so hard to not let HICPUF cut the 112 hours that we generously give to parents taking care of their kids 24/7. I am asking that you also don't cut services where parents are providing assistance with bathing, dressing, eating, mobility, and hygiene. That's what I'm asking for. It's a federal match. It's only 50% taken from the general fund to give parents a little reprieve that are taking care of their children. So there it is. Stand for this amendment. Stand for the parents in your community that are taking care of their children while we're cutting everything else. Thank you.
Any further discussion on J004? A division has been called. The House will stand in a brief recess. The committee will come back to order. Members, please stay close. The only thing worse than division is long division. Oh! I'll be here all night. Members, the question before us is the adoption of J004. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of J004, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. Amendment J004 is lost. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Marshall.
They told me to go sit. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to close out the loop from what we did on the last bill, I offer and I do move Joint Amendment 002 to House Bill 1155 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been moved and displayed. Representative Marshall.
All right, colleagues, this is to close out the loop of what we did on the last bill. So we moved $742,000, leaving over $500,000 with the film office. That went into the general fund. Since we were told we can't do directly from one department to another, now we have that extra $742,000 sitting in the general fund, and this is to reappropriate that to the homemaker and IDD services for the severely developmentally disabled adults. And the best part, now hold your hats, this is great. We get double back because we get federal matching funds. $742,000, which we've already put into the general fund, now is $1.485 million to help the disabled. It's a bargain I don't think we can turn down, and we shouldn't, especially in these economic times. This is where we should have our priorities for this government. This is where we should put our priorities in this state. And I ask that you support this amendment. And again, those who've had qualms about what happened on the last bill of where the money came from, we already took that money. This is putting money that's already there to good use. So I ask to support. Thanks.
Any further discussion on J002? Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative from Douglas County. Apparently, you speak a different language than I do because it's my same amendment. I stand in strong support. Maybe this time we'll listen. Thanks.
Any further discussion? Representative Suerte. Luck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some things I would say in other languages, but I will refrain from saying them. But I thank you. Thank you for that. Now I am all discombobulated. I apologize. Can't hear me. Okay, that's good because I'm just rambling. I rise in support of this amendment. I know that there is some pressure being put on all of us to go back on the division vote that we just took a little bit ago to take these dollars out of another account and put them here for this purpose. I would say to that opposition that there is still more than enough in the other cash fund that is related to that, and that this is a more important priority for us to fulfill. And so I ask that these dollars go to this instead of back to where they came from. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Thank you, Chair. Look, the amendment passed earlier, and I would like to think that the reason the previous amendment passed was because there was a recognition by this body of the intent of where this money was going to go, that it didn't necessarily need to, that it could come out of one specific area, and that it would be greatly beneficial to the IDD community. You stood for that. The majority stood for that. That passed. I just want to bring everybody's attention that if you stood for that, we're talking about a ×2 factor here where the money becomes even more impactful and specifically for that community that is underserved and very deserving of this consideration. So I would ask for you to vote for this very good amendment. And this will be only the second time in my memory that I've asked or supported or thought about supporting the colleague from Douglas County that sits on that side. I got a couple more over here. I'm usually always in support there. Just again, mark the time. This is a weird day, but I'm going to be in support of this Douglas County guy over here. It's a good amendment. Vote yes.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a no vote on this amendment. These soft caps have already been in effect, been implemented by the department, and functionally, what this amendment does is simply just deliver more money to the HICPUF budget that is already growing unsustainably, and we are going to have to continue to work to find reductions in order to balance our budget. This does not help take us in the correct direction. I ask for a no vote.
Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, a division has been requested. The committee will stand at brief recess. The committee will come to order. The question before us is the adoption of J002 to House Bill 1155. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please sit and remain seated. All those in favor of J002 to House Bill 1155, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place, or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. J2 fails. To the bill. Is there any further discussion? Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have another amendment that we're going to bring, but after discussions with my learned JBC colleague, I believe it's probably inappropriate, but I do think the concept behind it does need to be discussed. What the amendment was going to do was trim, and let me emphasize that, trim 5% of our abortion services budget and 5% off our immigrant children's services. And the reason why, and sending that to IDD services, they were not touched. And we are asking the rest of the state to take hundreds of millions of dollars in cuts to essential services. I don't know what kind of leadership several of my colleagues have had, but in my book, shared sacrifice means giving up something on your sacred cows to show you're serious. And I know what kind of blowback I'd get for that, but I thought it was the right thing to do in these dire straits where we're cutting $1 billion. We have a lot of finger pointing that goes on, but at the end of the day, we have to sacrifice, and we know that. So if we're going to sacrifice, it should be shared sacrifice, and there shouldn't be any sacred cows in the budget, whether it's films or any other item, especially when we're devastating the most vulnerable communities in our state. But again, the thought, though, was my understanding is this is an entitlement program and they would overspend anyway, and I appreciate my colleague for educating me that it would probably not have the impact or effect I intended, But I do think we need to keep that thought in mind while we're doing the budget, that we do need shared sacrifice across everything and not just pick the weaker ones that we can get away with in cutting their budgets. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, and thank you to the colleague from Douglas County for raising that. I'm going to move J005 to House Bill 1155 and ask for it to be displayed, please.
That's a proper motion, and it is displayed. Representative Bradley, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The purpose of this is to add a footnote. Department of HCPF, other medical services, health benefits for children lacking access due to immigration status. It is the General Assembly's intent that the department prioritize cost containment measures within the health benefits for children lacking access due to immigration status program. The department shall implement basic medically necessary coverage standards and pursue all available strategies to minimize per capita costs. Again, Medicaid is growing at a non-sustainable rate. We have 12,000 people in Omni Salud. They've asked for $35 million, they're asking for another $21 million. And so I just want to talk about that, what most Colorado residents pay in premiums. Coloradans are buying their own health insurance. Okay, well, you can come up after and discuss it. Okay, $6,700. We're having side conversations, so I'm just trying to listen. Most Colorado residents pay, they're buying their own health insurance, typically pay hundreds of dollars per month in premiums, often around $380 to $600 per month for a single individual, depending on plan type and age before subsidies. Family plans cost substantially more, often several hundred to over $1,000 per month. Many buyers receive financial assistance that can reduce monthly costs significantly, sometimes to under $100 a month. Deductibles and copays. You guys all pay your deductibles and copays? I pay a lot of deductibles and copays. Deductibles can be several $1,000s per person, often $2,000 to $7,500 or more before insurance finally kicks in. Copays and coinsurance still apply after the deductible, meaning people pay for their doctor's visits, prescriptions, and specialty care until they hit their plan's yearly caps. Cost burden surveys show many Coloradans find deductibles and unexpected bills among the most unaffordable healthcare costs they face. And so I'm just asking to share the costs, like the good representative from Douglas County just said, because when you look up the benefits under Omni Salud, there's zero premiums, zero deductibles, zero copays, significantly lower, who still might pay deductibles, copays, or premiums depending on the income and plan type. So if we're just letting it be a free-for-all, and Colorado residents are spending about $8,000 on their insurance every year, along with major out-of-pocket services, then why are we footing the bill $56 million, another $21 million being asked for people that you guys say contribute to the economy? So they should contribute to copays, coinsurance, and deductibles. I think this is a perfect amendment to sharing the cost of the healthcare crisis we're in, and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I ask for a no vote. Apart from the fact that we're talking about health care for kids and pregnant women, and kicking pregnant women and their infant kids off of health insurance, I think should not be one of the first things we look at. Everyone's costs go up when fewer people have health insurance. And so I think this is unwise, but I will also just say that this program provides a statutory requirement, and you cannot change that with a footnote here. And HCPF provides services that are medically necessary. That is what they do. That is what the program does. And if a member wishes to make changes to this program, you'll need to do so through a bill and changing statute.
Representative Brooks.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I do appreciate and understand and recognize what was just noted as far as the path forward for something like this, given the entitlement status of the program and how that needs to be navigated. I just, for the sake of conversation, however, would ask everybody to look kind of at the purpose line, the second word there on the last line, just with prioritize. From a conversation standpoint, I believe that it is all about prioritization. Who are we making a priority for? Are we making the priority for hardworking Colorado families that are unable to access what they need to access? Are we making priority for another group of folks above the hardworking Colorado families? The priority piece of it is the crux of the conversation. I do understand that priorities from one side to the other are vastly different, but in that I believe that the conversation needs to happen about how we're drawing our priorities and how we're allocating spending, particularly for this department, because this department is bloat with capital B and everything else behind it. I do understand that there is a different path that we need to take should we want to accomplish this, but I would ask that we really start asking ourselves about what and who we're prioritizing, and when we do that, who we're leaving behind. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of J005. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. J5 fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1155, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1155. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1155 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1156.
House Bill 1156 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Higher Education.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1156.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Higher Education. There are a couple of changes. One is related to forestry grant applications. The bill includes a small increase, or an increase of $1 million of general fund to address underspending of $1.1 million from $1.2 million provided in 23-24. In the current fiscal year, this bill makes changes to the CARE Forward Spending Authority. The bill includes an increase of $1 million from the Economic Recovery and Relief Cash Fund. It makes program adjustments for foster students, including a net increase of $870,000 of general fund. It includes lease purchase of academic facilities true-ups, and it makes technical adjustments to the nature of $84,000 across two fund sources. The bill also includes a reduction of $18.6 million in total funds, including reduction of $9.5 million in general fund for institutions of higher education. These were cuts that were included in the governor's executive order, have already been implemented, and that the institutions of higher education have already absorbed. We ask for an aye vote on this particular bill.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. But before we do that, I do request permission under Rule 33A-B to run a second reading amendment that was not provided in the packet. There was a technical error identified by staff.
Members, the question before us is whether to give permission to run an amendment under Rule 33. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move J001 to House Bill 1156. and ask that it be displayed.
That's proper motion and displayed. Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is making a technical correction to the fund source letter note for the appropriation to the State Board for Community Colleges in the Department of Higher Education. So the overall appropriation is correct, but what was delineated in the fund source letter note, staff identified a small technical error of an incorrect amount. So they're adjusting that, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J001 to House Bill 1156. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The amendment passes. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion on House Bill 1156, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1156. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1156 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1157.
House Bill 1157 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Human Services.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1157 and any relevant committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
There we go. Thank you,
done?
Mr. Chair. I believe we made a small technical amendment in the Appropriations Committee, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill includes an increase due to adoption, an RGAP caseload adjustments of an increase of $10 million general fund, and as amended in committee, $7 million appropriation to address food assistance during the government shutdown, as well as some reductions related to a CBMS project and the delayed opening of the Fort Logan G-Wing. And I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1157? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1157. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1157 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1158.
House Bill 1158 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Judicial Department.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1158.
To the bill.
This bill is the supplemental for the Judicial Department. There are a number of independent agencies contained within the Judicial Department, and so what you will see is some supplemental requests that deal with a variety of different independent agencies, including a caseload increase for the Office of the Alternative Defense Counsel, a new line item for $1.1 million of cash funds for the State Internet Portal Authority grant for courts and probation, some courthouse information technology infrastructure to the tune of $613,000 general fund for AV equipment. We include some additional funding for the Office of the State Public Defender for the CBI DNA misconduct representation. We have some additional items related to judicial officers, net neutral transfer of about $7,000, and we have a one-time reduction in the Bridges program of $560,000. And then courts and probation also receives an offender treatment and services line item, which is a reduction of $76,000. And we ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1158. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1158 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1159.
House Bill 1159 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Labor and Employment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1159.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This supplemental for the Department of Labor and Employment includes those impacts driven by other agencies, as well as granting roll forward authority for dollars appropriated from the Disability Support Fund to continue reimbursing grants that were unable to be expended through the end of the fiscal year. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1159. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1159 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1160.
House Bill 1160 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Law.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1160.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Contained in the supplemental for the Department of Law, we have those impacts driven by other agencies, as well as an additional appropriation, a budget-neutral transfer from the Colorado Water Conservation Board litigation fund to address increased litigation concerning the waters of Colorado. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1160. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1160 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1161.
House Bill 1161 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Local Affairs.
Representative Sirota. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1161.
To the bill.
Thank you. This is the supplemental for the Department of Local Affairs, and it just makes changes to those lines impacted by other agencies, such as IT and Health, Life, and Dental. Ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1161. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1161 passes. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1162.
House Bill 1162 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1162.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, same as the last, this supplemental for the Department of Military and Veterans Affairs contains just small changes related to those decisions impacted by other agencies. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1162. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1162 is adopted. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1163.
House Bill 1163 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Natural Resources.
Representative Taggart.
Mr. Chair, I move for permission to run J001. Oh, I move.
Rep. Taggart, if you could move the bill and the committee report first.
I'm sorry.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 261163 and the committee report.
To the committee report.
Committee report just has a technical correction listed as informational funds in the bill, and they are reappropriated funds to the tune of $5,922.
And just to confirm, the amendment is not to the committee report?
No, we don't have amendments.
Oh, no, ma'am. Okay.
We just need to.
Any further
Oh, we
discussion on the
passed-
committee report?
Oh, I'm sorry, we passed the committee report, so we're fine.
Seeing no further discussion on the committee report, motion before us is the adoption of the appropriations committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This particular supplemental has one increase from the wildlife cash funds. It's very important to us in rural Colorado and western Colorado, and that is to increase the number of range riders from 10 range riders to 20 range riders, a program that has proven to move wolves away from our livestock in western Colorado. So I ask for an aye vote on this supplemental.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1163. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1163 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1164.
House Bill 1164 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Personnel.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1164.
To the bill.
Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Personnel, and in addition to those items driven, like the fleet true-up, and the OIT real-time billing and health, life, and dental changes, we also need to true up for printing services. The costs of postage has gone up quite a lot in the last couple years, and so we are truing up for those services, as well as we are including additional Office of Administrative Courts staff for Medicaid appeals. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1164. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1164 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1165.
House Bill 1165 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1165 in the committee report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the Appropriations Committee, we ran an amendment to remove the $7.5 million of general fund approved as an interim supplemental for WIC because the dollars were approved, but then since the end of the shutdown, we have since received those dollars, so the appropriation is not necessary.
Is there any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This supplemental for the Department of Public Health and Environment includes additional funding and staff to modernize our state laboratory and work toward recertification for the lab's water chemistry unit. It also increases an appropriation of $1 million from the closed landfill remediation grant fund for grants to local governments, includes an increase in spending authority from the Community Impact Cash Fund, and makes a technical correction there. It also includes a $3 million general fund reduction for our local public health agencies, which came as part of the executive order back in October, as well as a reduction in the Health Disparities Grant Program. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Brooks.
Chair, thank you. Though I love a good suspense novel, I don't know that I feel the need for any suspense right now, so let me just go ahead and get straight to it. I move J002 to 1165 ask to be properly displayed.
That is properly displayed. Representative Brooks to the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier, much earlier, actually, in the day today, my colleague from Adams and Jefferson County made a very good point that I will reiterate here, make sure everybody remembers that we talked about making sure that we're putting money back where it belongs. We're putting money into the fund, putting money where it was originally intended. So along that line, there is this amendment which seeks to decrease administrator salaries in order to ensure that the money is going where it's supposed to go. It's very simple. CDPHE administrator salaries increased by a total of just over $6 million last year. This seeks to now cut the increase and put it right back where it's always meant to go. Which, after all, why would we want to increase the cost of administration if what the administrators are administrating is actually not even there because we've pulled money from the funds they're supposed to administrate to be able to pay for them? It's a little upside down, a little backwards. So let's put the money back where it belongs. This reduces CDPHE Administrative Personnel Services compensation by just a shade under $4 million, which will directly undo the reduction in a couple of funds. If you are following along at home in the lovely brown book, I would refer you, please, to page 70. And in the recommended changes, if you want to just kind of scan down, there are 9 lines there. I am specifically speaking to line 7 and line 8. Line 7, if you're following along in the brown book, says reduce LPHA distributions. What, might you ask, is an LPHA reduction? Is the local public health agency, we're asking to redirect $3 million back into the local public health agency. Right below that, there is a health disparity grant reduction that is planned for a shade over $800,000. We are asking for that reduction to also be undone, and let us also put that money back into the health disparity grant reduction. So we're saying, no, cutting from the local public health agency fund and cutting from the health disparity grant reduction fund, probably not the best idea, because those are the funds that we're supposed to be administering in the first place, and yet we're taking that money in order to fund more administration. Let's cut the overhead, just like any business would need to do, right? You're not able to maintain what your core mission is. Perhaps there might be a reevaluation of where that spending is and where that needs to be. And if you're a little bloated up top in administration, there's an opportunity to make sure that the programs are funded appropriately. Let's discuss just a little bit in greater detail, because you asked me to, the local public health agency. It is a county or multi-county health department that will provide essential public health services at the local level. Allow me to repeat. The local public health agency that we are seeking to defund in part are county or multi-county health departments that provide essential public health services at the local level, including disease surveillance, immunizations, we love those, maternal and child health programs, environmental health inspections, and emergency preparedness. These are funds that should not be stripped in order to pay for somebody else's salary. Because you asked, let me explain what the health disparity grant is. Those are competitive grants that are awarded to community organizations and health providers, mainly LPHAs, to reduce healthcare inequities. Aren't we always seeking in this chamber to address inequities? I say we are. This is a great chance to vote yes. Let's address the inequities among underserved populations. Again, not only are we usually trying to find a way to address the inequities, we're always trying to find a way to address those inequities that exist in underserved populations. It's important for us to take this seriously. It's important for us to be able to stand up for these grants and not for the paychecks of the administrators. This is an opportunity to do that. Just a couple of names for you, so that way, if it rings true in your particular municipality, in your county, so you know who it is specifically that we are talking about. Recipients of the health disparity grants include Delta County, in the House, Delta County Memorial Hospital District, Eagle Valley Community Foundation, La Plata County Public Health Department, Eagle River Youth Coalition, Food Bank of the Rockies, Gunnison Valley Health Foundation, La Clínica del Pueblo, Lake County Build A Generation, Los Animas, Huerfano Counties, District Health Department, Northwest Colorado Community Health Partnership, Rio Grande County Public Health Agency, Summit County Care Clinic, Tri-County Health Network, Ute Mountain Tribes, and more. It's quite a list. Should we not ensure that we are supporting those organizations, many of them for rural Colorado? If you agree, I would ask for a yes on this very sensible amendment, which again, to just recap, tells this department that let's just funnel the money from the administrator's salary back to where it belongs, to the programs. It's a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Further discussion. Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do rise in support of this amendment. The reduction in $3 million to local public health agencies is significant. I know it's outlined in our book as reducing monies that go to a grant program for planning purposes, but that's kind of fungible money. If they're not getting grants for planning, planning still goes on. Planning still takes money out of those local public health agencies. So my home county of Elbert does not have a hospital. It doesn't have an urgent care clinic. It has one private practice and one small clinic next to the Safeway in Elizabeth, about 4 miles into a county that stretches for another almost 60 miles east of there. The only other health care provided in the county of Elbert is from the local public health agency. And they do things like back to school physicals, immunizations. They're a Medicaid provider. They are the source of medical care for most of our county. If we can take that reduction out of administrative overhead and leave it in the hands of the people that actually are serving our population, that would be a good thing. This amendment is neutral in terms of overall impact on the state budget. I think it focuses money where the money ought to be focused, and I absolutely support this amendment. To do otherwise really is a slap in the face of those small rural providers that work in our agencies. One of the others I should have mentioned is every now and then we had a case of active TB about 40 miles away from where that clinic was. We had a nurse going out every single day to check on the status of that individual, to bring food, to ensure that they weren't driven to actually go out into the community and expose others to tuberculosis. There is just quite a bit that is done by these local public health agencies in small counties that most probably don't realize. And even a small cut can have a huge impact on the health and safety of our citizens. So please do support this amendment.
Rep. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate, I just want to say, first of all, again, I appreciate my colleagues on the other side of the aisle and their commitment to public health, and specifically their local public health agencies. I know that in my county, like in their counties, local public health agencies provides essential services like vaccinations, like reproductive health care, like disease control and prevention. And they have been on the front lines of COVID and keeping us safe from COVID since the beginning of the pandemic. I also want to commend them for their commitment to health equity. I hope that they recognize, like I do, the importance of health equity and making sure that we are reducing health disparities, particularly for those underrepresented minorities across Colorado. And that's what I see in this amendment, and so I applaud them for that. Unfortunately, the local public health funding, as well as this health disparity grant funding, these cuts were predominantly included in the executive order that was passed earlier this year. These cuts have mostly gone into effect, and we are We are here reflecting the governor's power to reduce appropriations in the time of a fiscal crisis. I do not want to cut local public health agencies as much as the next person, but at this point in time, we simply cannot afford this. I will say that the conversation about LPHA funding is an ongoing one, and for our figure setting coming up in the next couple of weeks, we will be reevaluating this, and I look forward to doing what we can to protect local public health, including the vital services like vaccinations and reproductive health that they serve. But for now, we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Amon Winter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the words of my good colleagues, but we're now in session, and as legislators, we can override what the governor said. That's our job here in the building, and I understand what you're trying to say, but the people need to know we now have the ability to make these changes to what the governor said. And I think there's a lot of people, not only in this building, but outside of this building that would have no problem with that. To see where this money comes from. I look at some of the health departments that are getting cut, and I have a couple of them from the counties I represent. They're operating on a tight margin anyway, but you know, one thing I think that we can all agree on in this chamber is that we disagree with some of the things that come out of the governor's office. I think this is one time that the legislature can step in. We're not in the interim anymore, and do our job and try to fix these problems.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of J2. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1165. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1165 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1166.
House Bill 1166 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Public Safety.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1166.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a supplemental for the Department of Public Safety. It includes an adjustment of $1.9 million general fund for community corrections caseload adjustments, an increase in reappropriated funds for the digital trunked radio system, an appropriation of cash funds for the Wildfire Resiliency Code Enforcement Board, and an increase in spending authority for the school construction inspection work. And I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Wolford. And Froelich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you didn't know, we walk around the Capitol as a team. We like to be known as Wilfro.
It's an honor to serve with Wilfro.
The honor is all ours. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We move Amendment J001 to House Bill 1166 and ask that it be properly displayed.
That's properly displayed. To the amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Members, last session, the General Assembly made an investment in clearing our sexual assault evidence kit backlog. And at the time, survivors were waiting over a year for DNA testing results to be completed before their case could move forward. As you also may remember, this investment was deeply personal to me, as my case was also caught up in the backlog. Based on the data shared with us yesterday from CBI, the state has gone from over 1,400 cases last year to having only 628 cases. And I don't say only 628 cases because each and every one of those cases is a human being. And those cases hold an incredible impact and an incredible weight on them being able to move through their daily lives. The amendment that we're offering today is an additional investment of $1 million to continue the critical work of clearing our backlog, getting answers answers for survivors and moving Colorado closer and faster to our goal of processing cases within 90 days. The funding for this one-time investment is proposed to come from the Indirect Costs Excess Recovery Fund. And you'll hear our very dear friends from the Joint Budget Committee encourage you to vote no, but we would challenge you to vote yes, and to ensure that survivors are able to move forward with the answers and dignity that they deserve.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Folks, we made tremendous efforts in Colorado, and these were bipartisan efforts. I'm looking at my good colleague from Western Colorado who worked with us to end the sex assault backlog and to put in place best in the nation tracking systems for these kids so that victims would be empowered, survivors would be empowered to know exactly what the status of their kid was. Making great progress, address the backlog, enter one rogue agent, one rogue person at the CBI lab who tampered with upwards of 10,000 pieces of evidence. All of a sudden, then, we have a huge backlog. It took then tremendous singular focus to address that issue. We passed legislation to do that. We're making progress, all is well. And I want to thank our, but we're not there yet, is the important piece. And I want to thank the JBC members. Their scope and breadth of what they have to achieve in this particularly challenging session is broad. We are among a few people who are singularly focused on this issue because we know that the 628 people still waiting for that evidence to be tested are 628 people who have not received justice. And so this takes money from this frankly weird indirect cost excess recovery fund. Every department has one and every department chips into it and it sits there from our understanding. So this is a revenue neutral move. We understand the JBC is going to ask for a no vote, but we're asking you to consider the fact that particularly our partner in the Senate turned over every single stone he could turn over to find the money to end this sex assault forensic evidence backlog. Anyway, so we're asking you for a yes vote.
Rep. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to appreciate the sponsors of this amendment for bringing it forward. I think I echo some of my comments that I said last year when it came to some of the bills that we passed on addressing the sex assault backlog. I just want to put on the record that this is a good amendment. I think we should all support it because there are a lot of people in my district who have made this concern, specifically have approached me about the backlog issue. And I think given the constraint of our resources this year, it's very important for us for the people who have the victims impacted by this to get their justice. And I know my colleague from North Branch has personal experience with this, and this is very personal to her. And so I commend her for coming forward and being brave to step up to not only give her justice, but also the other people that this has impacted. So thank you, good amendment, vote yes.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it is important to get this squared away. I commend the sponsors for finding a revenue neutral way. It is important to use this evidence and the power of law to remove people from society who cannot not violate the rights of others. They find themselves in the position of not being able to not violate the rights of others, and we need to use that the power of law. That's what it's for, to secure these rights, among which are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I was just sitting here thinking it was kind of ironic, though, given that the efforts to recycle rapists into society in general, recycle criminals into society in general, and putting them through the JB&B of the AG. The AG's JB&B, the jail bed and breakfast. So it really doesn't do a whole lot of good if we're going to import criminals and rapists from other countries and then protect them while they're here, get riots in order to protect them, and then say that we need to, that this is a priority. So I think this is a priority because it is part of the government's function, but It's
Representative
also-
DeGraff, can you please keep it to the amendment?
I'm talking about how this is a good thing that the government should be supporting. That
Okay, keep
that-
it to that.
Yeah, I'm fine. I just won't point out the irony of importing criminals and recycling.
That's not what the amendment is about. Any further discussion? Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With deep respect and gratitude to my colleagues from Adams and Arapahoe County, I do ask for a no vote on this amendment. I think that we will encounter challenges with the fund source that could ultimately lead to us having to put more general fund into the budget to balance out what is happening in this fund, as it can take time to catch up in the accounting. There are a lot of moving parts within the recovery fund. And I will also add that after the good work from my colleague from Adams County and the bills that were run last session and the additional dollars that were appropriated to address this unconscionable backlog for the sex assault kits, test kits within CBI, those dollars projected that they would enable CBI to reduce the backlog to 751 cases by January of 2026. And in fact, they have actually reduced the backlog to 614 cases and are actually running ahead of the schedule that they had anticipated with the dollars appropriated last year. So the work that was done, it is working, and I have concerns that this isn't actually going to result in a revenue neutral transfer. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of J1. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. J1 passes. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1166? Seeing none, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1166. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1166 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of the House Bill 1167.
House Bill 1167 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1167.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Regulatory Agencies, and in addition to those impacts driven by other agencies, there is an appropriation made to the Colorado Civil Rights Division to replace funding that was to be given from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, but it has not yet been received since October. We don't know if or when these dollars will be received. There have been significant staffing reductions and a significant delay in dollars moving since the shutdown. So these dollars we are appropriating from general fund to make up for it. Hopefully the federal dollars will come soon. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1167. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1167 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of the House Bill 1168.
House Bill 1168 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of Revenue.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1168.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Revenue, and in addition to the impacts driven by other agencies, there is a general fund decrease of $600-some thousand and change from the general fund for balancing purposes from the EDO and the Division of Motor Vehicles. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1168. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1168 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1169.
House Bill 1169 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of State.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1169.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of State, and in addition to those impacts driven by other agencies, there is a small increase in allowable use from the cash fund to fund an additional person to address the department's litigation and records requests that have increased precipitously, and they need more legal support. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1169. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1169 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1170.
House Bill 1170 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning supplemental appropriation to the Department of Transportation.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1170.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Transportation and just includes a few small adjustments for those decisions impacted by other agencies. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1170. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 1170 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1171.
House Bill 1171 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning a supplemental appropriation to the Department of the Treasury.
Rep. Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1171.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the supplemental for the Department of Treasury and includes adjustments by impacts driven by other agencies, as well as an increase to support the Bloomberg software and another software tool used by the department, as well as providing for an increase of cash fund usage for increased postage costs. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1171. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1171 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1172.
House Bill 1172 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning funding for capital construction and making supplemental appropriations in connection therewith.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1172.
To the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill makes some changes to our capital construction projects to allow for projects to have an extension of spending authority with the Community College of Denver, an increase of cash funds for some water tank repair and replacement projects within the Department of Corrections, as well as sewer line replacement. That is a decreased appropriation because the project was complete and done under budget, and spending authority for Colorado Mesa University to utilize their own institutional cash funds for an expansion and renovation project. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1172. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. House Bill 1172 passes. Mr. Shebo, please read the title of House Bill 1173.
House Bill 1173 by Representative Sirota, also Senator Bridges, concerning funding for capital construction, information technology, and making supplemental appropriations in connection therewith.
Okay. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1173.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is the Information Technology Capital Project Supplemental, and there are a couple of changes in the FY 24-25 year. We are increasing cash funds from MSU's reserve fund for the final implementation of an upgraded student information system. We are also reimagining Colorado's benefit eligibility system, and this includes a reduction of $16.5 million in total funds, including $3.7 in the capital construction fund. In the current fiscal year, we are also reimagining Colorado's benefit eligibility system, which includes an increase of $19.5 million total funds to the Department of Human Services, and $7.5 million in the, including $7.5 million to the Capital Construction Fund for the development of a benefit eligibility system, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 261173? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 261173. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in favor say no. House Bill 261173 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read House Bill 261174.
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning adjustments to school funding for the 2025-26 budget year and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1174.
To the bill.
Thank you. This bill changes the school finance funding formula to account for the actual funded pupil count, the at-risk pupil count, and the local revenues available for the school finance in the current year. This is a fairly standard true-up that we do mid-year after we have the actual pupil counts. The budget that we passed back in April made assumptions about the number of pupils that we would have in each given district. This one accounts for the actual numbers, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only thing I would add to this is the $103.5 million that will go back into the state education fund is badly needed. We are in a situation where that fund is going to be under strain in a few years, and to be able to be able to transfer back in two components to the state education fund is really helpful.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my understanding that this adjustment is as a result of 7,500 students that were expected to be in our schools that aren't in our schools, and that a large portion of that expectation was not met because of our demographics and our birth rate. And so I would encourage all of us in this room to be encouraging our constituents to have more babies, because it is essential for Colorado to survive. If we don't have citizens, well, we are in quite a problem as a state. So this bill tells us to encourage our folks to reproduce and have more kids.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 261174? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 261174. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. House Bill 261174 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 261175.
House Bill 1175 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning spending from the State Education Fund for specified educational purposes and in connection therewith, permitting appropriations from the State Education Fund for the Colorado Teacher of the Year program, requiring appropriations from the State Education Fund for specified purposes in support of the Colorado READ Act, discontinuing annual transfers to cash funds from the State Education Fund for the same, and repealing the cash funds.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1175.
To the bill.
And I commend our reading clerk for reading that title. Thank you. This bill is a very budget wonky thing. It is intended to be increased transparency within our budgeting system, instead of the way that we currently have. Under current law, we transfer $34 million annually from the State Education Fund to the Early Literacy Fund, and $24,800 is transferred from the State Education Fund to the Teacher of the Year Fund. This bill eliminates those transfers, but instead authorizes an appropriation from the State Education Fund for the same purposes. We also set the same minimum amount of funding of at least $34 million from the State Education Fund for the purposes that previously received appropriations from the Early Literacy Fund.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 261175? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1175. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1175 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1176.
House Bill 1176 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Bridges, concerning modifications to the fourth-year innovation pilot program and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1176.
To the bill.
This bill ends a pilot program that has been going on for 4 years. This program had two components, all based around students graduating early from high school, either 6 months early or a full year. And the two components that were a part of this were to pay an incentive to the school districts themselves that encourage this program, as well as to scholarships for these students that had 18 months to go on to post-secondary education. A great idea, but less than 80 students took advantage of this to go into post-secondary schools. So thus, we are ending this pilot. We will honor all the students from 25-26 that are involved in this. The only difference is they need to enter an institution of higher education in the fall. So I ask for your support on this.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1176? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1176. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1176 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1177.
House Bill 1177 by Representatives Brown and Taggart, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning ending wage enhancement supplemental payments to nursing home providers and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1177.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill ends an early supplemental payment to nursing facilities that commit to pay all employees at least $15 per hour. And the reason for that is that our statewide minimum wage currently exceeds $15 per hour. The statewide minimum wage as of January is now $15.16 per hour. The bill instructs the department not to make any more of these payments in the current fiscal year, and we'd ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1177? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1177. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. House Bill 1177 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1178.
House Bill 1178 by Representatives Brown and Sirota, also Senators Amabile and Kirkmeyer, concerning the Controller's allowance of expenditures in excess of appropriations.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1178.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this bill is providing a little more guidance in statute to govern a situation that came up over the interim when the Budget Committee determines that a lapse of funding is reasonably likely to occur when the General Assembly is not meeting in regular or special session. It gives us the ability to provide for that over expenditure authority during the interim. And it also will allow us to streamline the process by which we make those adjustments when we introduce a supplemental. There were two amendments on two separate supplemental bills today that we had to approve because the requirement is that whatever over expenditure we authorize during the interim, we then must introduce a bill spelling out that specific amount and have to amend it later to reflect the actual expenditures that were made. And so instead of having to do that by amendment, we just provide authority to introduce the bill with the actual expenditures allowed and then clarify the department's over expenditure authority is related to that reduced appropriation. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1178? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1178. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed are no. House Bill 1178 is adopted. Mr. Sheba, please read the title of House Bill 1179.
House Bill 1179 by Representatives Sirota and Taggart, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning a transfer for state fiscal year 2025-26 from the general fund to the information technology capital account of the capital construction fund.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the last bill of the supplemental package, House Bill 261179. This bill is very straightforward in the sense that it
Oh, yeah, to the bill. Sorry.
takes money from the general fund, $3.6 million, and places it in the information technology capital fund, which is necessary for supplemental appropriations that are going on right now. Ultimately, there is an offset for this bill out of human services. It's split over 2 years, this year and next year, for the same $3.6 million. So that by the end of next year, it's budget neutral.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1179? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1179. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. House Bill 1179 is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the wait, hold on. You have heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bills 1150, 1151, 1152, 1153, 1154 is amended, 1155, 1156 is amended, 1157 is amended, 1158, 1159, 1160, 1161, 1162, 1163 is amended, 1164, 1165 is amended, 1166 is amended, 1167, 1168, 1169, 1170, 1171, 1172, 1173, 1174, 1175, 1176, 1177, 1178, and 1179 passed on second reading, order and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Applause. Well done, Mr. Shebel. Members, we do have amendments at the desk. Wait. I have not had my motion. Who was? Representative English. Thank you. Members, you have now heard the motion. We do have amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the Titone amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. This is to House Bill 1154.
Representative Titone moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in adopting the following Marshall Amendment, J1 to House Bill 1154, to show that said amendment lost and that House Bill 1154 passed.
Representative Titone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Titone amendment to the Committee of the Whole report, please.
And ask that it be properly
And ask
displayed.
for it be displayed. Thank you.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Members, this is the only amendment I'm running on the cow today. It restores the money to the film office. This is critical for the film office to fulfill its duties to all of the things that it's supposed to do, including the Sundance Film Festival. I ask for a yes vote on this amendment.
Representative Marshall.
Colleagues, it's a little difficult, well, and thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a little difficult to not get a little vicious on this, because saying $750,000 and leaving $500,000 for the administrative part of an office to execute on an $80 million tax credits and other subsidies going, which the Los Angeles Times made clear did not have to be given to have Sundance come here, does not make sense. Those of you who have been in leadership positions and have had budget cuts sometimes know you have to do more with less. We are facing dramatic cuts to very vulnerable people. But instead, we're going to continue employing $130,000, which means about $150,000 with benefits, head of the film office, rather than taking care of severely disabled adults, which is where we were trying to put the money. Those are choices we make. And saying the entire film industry, which I heard from almost the entire film industry in Colorado will collapse if we don't have this $750,000 in that budget. Is that credible? And there are credibility issues. I won't go into all of them, but there have been serious credibility issues from that office. Can they say exactly how many FTEs they may lose? No, they just told you everything will collapse. If you look at the statute that establishes the office, there is hereby created in the State Treasury the Colorado Office of Film, Television, and Media Operational Account Cash Fund, referred to in this section as the fund. The fund consists of money transferred in accordance with Section 44, TAC 30, TAC 702. Roman numeral 3, any gifts, grants, or donations from private or public sources. Boulder is getting this entire Sundance Film Festival. Boulder is lobbying everyone for this money. Boulder got $1.5 million from OEDIT just to go after Sundance in hard tax dollars. Boulder didn't get $1 billion shot out from under them like we did in the state budget. You really think the people behind this Sundance Film Festival would let the whole thing collapse over $750,000 missing, or do you think they could find the money rather than taking it from the disabled adults we need to be looking after? So make your vote. Thank you.
Representative Brooks.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I would remind this body that you stood earlier with your colleague to support his amendment. It's passed. It's a good amendment. And I would ask, very simply, that you steel yourself against, oh, let's consider it again. I didn't like the way that went, so let's reconsider. And I would ask that you stand for that very good amendment again by pressing the no button on this. Thank you.
Representative Morrow.
Thank you. Colleagues, I would just say that the issues that we're talking about here are long-term issues, and the way we long-term fund these things is with economic development. That's why I would like to keep the $750,000 with the film and movie industry and expand that. And we just spent an incredible amount of time and money and energy to get Sundance here, and they come next year, and people are making plans to make it a great thing for Colorado, which will produce a lot of economic development. And we need sustainable economic development to increase all the things we want to fund, which I agree. And all parts of healthcare need funded. I agree with that. But we need a more sustainable way of doing it, and cutting this one time, once this year, will not help and in fact harm our ultimate causes that we want to all fund. Thanks.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment. My understanding in talking to some folks from the fiscal office is that this pool that we were looking at is 1.3 million. There's roughly 700,000, almost 800,000 that's in this amendment that comes out of the general fund, but the remaining 500,000 come out of a cash fund, and that cash fund can be used to sustain the operations of this particular program. This program employs 4.5 people. And so the question is, can this office do with $500,000, that with 4.5 people, what they were needing to do or planning to do with 1.3 million? Is that possible? Is it possible to have, so to speak, our cake and eat it too? Whether by asking them to rein in some of their spending, or, as the representative from Douglas County pointed out, seeking additional monies from additional sources. Sundance Film Festival has a lot of supporters who are not known for being poor. Is it possible to ask them to support this particular recreational activity? Yes, it does bring in some money. But the reality is we have these families who are not in such an economic condition, who we are asking them to rein in their spending when they don't really have places to rein it in from. We heard some of their stories read up here today. And so the question becomes, again, one of prioritization. Can we have this go forward using different monies and different means so that we can support these other families and ensure that they are also taken care of? Can we make a compromise? Or is it one of those situations where we're just going to continue to give the governor all that he asks for and say to the people, too bad, so sad, figure it out?
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Briefly, I'll just say that I'd ask you for a yes vote on this amendment. I appreciate what my colleagues are trying to do here, but I will also just point out that we have a structural deficit within HCPF, and that some, $700,000 in one-time money in the current fiscal year is not going to fix the gigantic problem that we have with the increase in spending in HICPUF. And so while I applaud the effort here, I ask for a no vote so that we can work on more systemic solutions that won't impact. Sorry, excuse me. I've been asking for no votes all day. I will ask for a yes vote on this amendment, excuse me, so that we can work on more systemic and long-term solutions that will bring our Medicaid cost growth in line with what we can afford.
Representative Sukla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I've been here for 1 year and 1 month, and I come from a county commissioner background. What we did at county commissioners was the main thing was the budget. I thought as a state representative, one of the main things that I did was the budget. And what I'm seeing now is that we have JBC, which I'm very proud of. They do the best on both sides of the aisle to get us to where we need to be. But why, as individual state representatives, are we not allowed to chip away $700 at a time? Why is it that it takes one brick at a time to build a castle, and why can't we use that as one brick, and then let's get another brick, and let's get another brick? I am so sick and tired of watching us being shut down as individual state legislators, saying that we can't come up with a good idea like the representative did from Douglas, and just go along with whatever the JBC said. It is time for these 65 people in here to do one brick at a time and fix the hole in this budget. Thank you.
Representative Kelty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ooh, that was spicy. So I just want to mention the Sundance Film Festival generates a massive economic impact with recent figures indicating over $196 million in total economic activity for Utah in 2025. $196 million. They're not going to miss 700,000. You know, I worked in this industry for a while, and I can tell you $700,000 is less than what one actor usually makes in a film. So $700,000 is not going to hurt them, but $700,000 will definitely help Colorado, and it will definitely help our disabled. So again, $196 million they make. They're not going to miss $700,000. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Tatone Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Representative DeGraff is excused. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 18 no, and 3 excused, the amendment is adopted. Mr. Schiebel, please read the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. House Bill 1155.
Representative Luck moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Marshall Amendment J2 to House Bill 1155 to show that said amendment passed, that House Bill 1155 is amended passed.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report and ask that it be displayed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are working on displaying it. One moment. There we go. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the amendment that just failed does upend this amendment slightly, seeing as those dollars are no longer available in the general fund, I think it's still important to make a statement here now as to whether or not we support this particular disability community. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Sirota. Oh, Representative Sirota. Oh, Representative Marshall.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I rise as I was the original drafter and person who put this amendment forward. Although the $750,000 we sourced to back this was taken off, so we can't send the $750,000 to the IDD community, I do need to point out we get a 2-to-1 return here. $750,000 becomes $1.5 million to help adult disabled individuals in our state. A 2-to-1. Those of you who serve on the Finance Committee know I am very vicious on tax subsidies, whether they're from the business community, whether who they're from, because of the distortion effects and all the other effects that come. They always feel good and look good, but I have always voted for subsidies when they were matched by the federal government, because I would never turn down free money, and I see my colleague, it's not free, but if we're sending tax money to the feds, we should get as much of it back as we possibly can. So the JBC needs to look through all the cushions and the couches and squeeze out $750,000 because we get a 2-to-1 return. And we'll have $1.5 million for our disabled. So I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I obviously rise in support for this because I ran another amendment, 2-to-1. We get federal dollars matched. I'm going to say again, you guys received the same emails that I received from families of the IDD and DD community. The wait list here in Colorado is obnoxious. There are people that have to get their kids on it decades before they need the services. The least we can do is provide some care. I don't know why these are the things that are on the chopping block. It pains me, after going through what I went through with my son, to see that these are the people we're cutting services for. You can say it all day long. Oh, it's not services, not the 56-hour cap, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it is. It is services. Personal care, homemaker services, health maintenance activities. Maybe you should spend a little bit more time with these families. Maybe watch them wash their children, give them meds, change catheters, take them up and down the stairs, make sure they're fed, make sure they're tube fed, make sure they're taken care of. Maybe you guys should spend a little bit more time with those people. Because I'll tell you, temporarily, it changed my life. I could barely work. It's a small ask to build the castle. Be grateful that your children are healthy, most of us. Because I'll tell you, it's a full-time job. And the least we can do is give back some funds that are federally matched. I rise in support of this amendment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I ask for a no vote for several reasons, the first of which is that those general funds are no longer available from the film office. But I would also say they weren't available in the first place. My colleague from the JBC explained on the prior amendment that we are facing a structural deficit and the costs for Medicaid are far outpacing our ability to keep up with them under the Tabor cap. And so we have taken several steps to try and bring the HCPF budget back into line. These services are not being taken away from individuals with developmental disabilities. These are soft caps that are being placed on the services, and if an individual requires more than the soft cap allows, there can be an application to increase the number of hours that they are getting for any one of these services. But it is the responsible thing to do to bring the caps on these services in line with what it is other states are doing and providing for these services. And I appreciate the argument about the federal match, and it's sort of like a, buy one, get one free, except that if you don't have the money to pay for the one, then you
can't really afford the second either. And that's the position that we are in. So I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of the Luck Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Lindsay votes no. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Smith votes no. Please close the machine. With 25 aye, 38 no, and 2 excused, the amendment is lost. The motion before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Lindsay, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Lindsay votes yes. Representative Smith, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Smith votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Members, we are moving on to announcements and introductions. Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. JTC members, tomorrow morning, 7:30. Uh-oh, don't be late. We're going to have a discussion on prioritization for capital IT budget requests. Please be there, SCR 352.
Thank you. Representative Hamrick.
A parking announcement. Members, I have an important announcement regarding parking in the circle and at bag meters. If you or your staff finds that someone is in your parking spot, please do not call our House front desk staff. You should call Senate Chief Sergeant Ted Abad. You'll be receiving Ted's business card at your desk. Please note his cell number and put it in your phone contacts. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been excused for part of the day on Friday.
So approved. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Folks, I have subjected many people to my enthusiasm to South Platte Renew because they, when treating wastewater, collect the methane, sell it back to Xcel, and operate at energy neutral. Well, they're having a breakfast tomorrow, and you can come hear all about it in front of the old Supreme Court chamber.
Thank you. Representative Espinoza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to remind you, if you don't want to go to the Technology Committee at 7:30, you can join us tomorrow at 7:30. The Statutory Revision Committee will be meeting at 7:30 a.m. in House Committee Room 107. We will be considering 6 draft bills for introduction, which are all available on the SRC's committee website. See you there.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to announce, but they're all gone now, that the Catholic homeschoolers and the Christian homeschoolers were here all morning for tours and breakfasts and everything else. But as you can see, they all went home now. But thank you.
We'll give them a round of applause anyways. How's that? Thank you, Rep. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, you should have received a packet of materials about the Family Affordability Tax Credit, which this General Assembly passed in 2024. And I was proud to sponsor that bill with former Speaker Pro Tem Chris DeGree Kennedy, the late Senator Faith Winter, and President James Coleman. The Family Affordability Tax Credit is a refundable state-based tax credit created to help families manage the rising cost of living. And what's exciting is that in its first year of implementation, the credit has reached nearly half of households across Colorado. And families are using the credit for basic necessities, including housing, childcare, food, and transportation. This is one of the clearest examples that we've seen of a policy having an immediate, real-world impact on family stability. Together with the Family Affordability Tax Credit, the state EITC, and the Child Tax Credit has contributed to a 37% reduction in child poverty, which is incredible, and we should all be so proud of that work. As a result, Colorado now has the lowest child poverty rate in the nation. That's a remarkable outcome tied directly to policy choices that we made right here in this body. So please take a moment to read through the materials in your black folder, again, that was provided. There are great stories of families that have utilized the tax credit from across the state, as well as information about your district and how families, as they start to file their taxes, are able to access this life-changing, family-sustaining tax credit in Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Carter and Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Soper, standing with me for today's presentation of another hidden figure. Thurgood Marshall, Supreme Court of the United States Justice. Thurgood Marshall was the first African-American Associate Justice of the United States Supreme Court and a trailblazing leader in the fight for civil rights. As the lead lawyer for the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, he argued and won the landmark case Brown v. Board of Education, which declared racial segregation in public schools unconstitutional and helped dismantle legalized segregation across the country. His legal victories transformed American society and laid the foundation for greater equality in education, housing, and employment. When he joined the Supreme Court, Marshall continued his lifelong commitment to justice, consistently advocating for rights of minorities, the poor, and the marginalized. Through his work as both an attorney and a justice, he profoundly shaped American law and strengthened the promise that the Constitution protects all people equally. Also, he started and founded the Thurgood Marshall School of Law in Houston, Texas, one of the few historically black colleges that is designed specifically, one of the few historically black law schools in the country. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wanted to come down and stand with my good colleague, Representative Carter. I have really enjoyed the Hidden Figures pages that we've had each day for Black History Month. And particularly it struck me as I read Thurgood Marshall's this morning that he not only paved the way for African Americans, but actually set a precedent for many, many Americans to be able to see their dreams fulfilled. And I just wanted to come down and stand with you today.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm standing in for my good colleague from Boulder who couldn't be here today, but also a group that was here today was the University of Colorado Excellence in Leadership Program folks. They had their day at the Capitol today. They also were here for quite a bit of the morning, but are probably all home enjoying the afternoon. And this program provides opportunities for faculty and staff at the University of Colorado to become more effective leaders who can successfully address the key challenges of a dynamic university. So you may have seen them out and about, and they had a program even before we gavelled in this morning. So yay for them, and I guess we could clap for them, but they're not here, so we can clap anyway.
Oh. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Thursday, February 12th, 2026.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.